bow is stretched? What? I'm not stretched. That's what I look like. That's my normal aspect ratio. Some of us just have wide heads. Stretched? I'm not stretched. Hey there, posting with two Hindi words slapped together. Chunky Bubba's Jig, Textual Curtain, House from House, Sasha, Hivehead, Slobus, and Excellent. Yeah, I'm not stretched. I'm wide. Good time of the say, Sorbet, great new video on my channel that I've watched Trust, the audiobook. It is pretty nice. I put a lot of effort into it. I just, by nature of its being, I'm sure it's not going to be that popular a video, but I enjoyed it. Did take an ungodly amount of effort to make, though. My headset broke, and not in the sense of it being no longer functional, in the sense that one of the two ears, like, broke off from the support ouch on top. So one of my headset ears is currently just, like, free dangling. I tried taping it, but it didn't really work. I might try gluing it next, but I didn't have any glue on me, so I have to go find some glue for that. Okay, well, I want to finish this Sandgun run, because I'm kind of sick of it. I just want it to be over with. We left off post-Lunatic Cultist, which means we have the pillars. And that's it. We just have the pillars and the moon one. They're both probably going to be kind of annoying. The pillars especially. Where's my character? There we go. There's something with sand. Sand silo in Georgia. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got plenty of sand. What pillar do I start with? Stardust should be easy. What point of progression and what difficulty do you have to pass in order to be considered to not suck at the... Okay, I'll just go with one headset here. Turn my volume up a little bit. I don't want to do solo first. That sounds annoying. Honestly, they all sound annoying. I don't know. I mean, there were... I don't think there's an easy point to just say, oh, you don't suck at the game if you can do this, because plenty of people suck at the game and can manage to beat things just by brute force or cheese strategies or whatever. I'm picking Stardust because I should be able to farm cells pretty effectively. That's not. Okay. I pulled the cell. And I pulled just the cell. Did the other stuff despawn? There's still a flow invader on me. Is he gone? I think the flow invader's gone. Do I just do it here? 900 health isn't that bad. I get all my sand back if I do this. Maybe I'll switch to piercing now. Okay, what was that, 5? Oh, we'll get a bander soon. Thank you, Stardust Pillar, for being easy. I have to purify the whole world using the Sandgun? I don't want to do that. I think once I kill the Moon Lord, I'm content saying, yeah, the Sandgun's good, and then we move on. And never use the Sandgun again. Well, that's not gonna happen, but... I'm very Sandgunned out at the moment. Obtained? Is this just to prove that the Sandgun can beat the game? It's just to showcase that the Sandgun's pretty good. I don't need to prove the Sandgun can beat the game. I feel like that was kind of implicit in the other things that I've done. But, no reason not to shred the occasional Eater with it. Yeah, it is a genuinely good choice for the Eater of Worlds. It's to prove how OP the Sandgun is, yeah. It's because Kellum is blackmailing me in order to showcase the strength of the Sandgun. I sound like Germa. I get that a lot. Beat Calamity and Fun with Lawnmower only win? I don't want to. Okay, that's 100. Okay, now we just shoot it until it dies. There's a pretty open spot above the Stardust pillar. I should be able to fly above it. This whole area over here is pretty wide open. How long will this take? A couple hours, probably. Oh, hello. I want to be just within range of this Stardust pillar. It's damaged? I hit it with a couple of those Sandgun projectiles? I must have. When there are no floating islands nearby, this is a very safe way of dealing with the pillars. Having no floating islands nearby is kind of an important part of that, that statement, though. Yeah, Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay. Slight caveat to using the Sandgun. The pillar is slowly approaching me, and it reached the point where I can't attack the pillar, because there's sand that piled up on top of it. Yeah, the pillar's going up. Alright, let's go see what's happening here. Okay, there's just the one line of it. There was a cactus down there. The cactus was my savior. Okay, well, I have a pylon here, so I can just... Okay, that's one pillar down. I impaled it on a giant pile of sand. They should have suffocation for enemies in this game. For being inside sand. Hell. That's a weird Smout Coaster bug. If its smart cursor is the top of a cactus with, like, adjacent things, it won't destroy the cactus? It'll just swing aimlessly? Is that what was happening there? That's weird. No way a couple lines of sand would be enough to suffocate a celestial body invading my world. Look, man, things need to breathe, okay? You take a fucking, like, Tyrannosaurus Rex and you cover it in sand in the right places, it's not gonna breathe, it's gonna die. Like, this celestial body has to sustain itself somehow. Maybe you choke its airways with sand. Maybe you shut it off from the solar rays that it derives energy from. They have to get their energy from somewhere. It comes from space. It comes from another planet. It doesn't mean it comes from space itself. Okay, do you have any idea the deadly cosmic radiation that exists in space? How difficult it is for something to survive out there? I could pile up a bunch of queens, like I did with them. Huh. Oh, I don't have any good options anymore. Stardust was the only one that I had a good choice. For how to deal with. We can investigate solar. This is probably going to be a nightmare. Moss Hornet won most annoying enemy from Keppel's tournament. That seems biased. I wouldn't say that Moss Hornet's the most annoying enemy. We'll have to prep an area to fight these guys. Okay. We despawn them and just cover that area with, like, I don't know, blink fruit planter boxes. Oh, they didn't despawn. Usually they despawn when you go off screen. Yeah, but I don't think Moss Hornets are really that annoying at all. I don't even think they'd come up on a list if you asked me what the most annoying enemies in Terraria are. Hell, I don't even think they're the most annoying jungle enemy. Let alone enemy overall. I've died way more to just, like, jump scare man-eaters through walls, or, hell, I mean, free hard mode, spike jungle slimes, inflict poison for fucking, like, 50 seconds. That's way more annoying. It is so frustrating being there and just eating 50 seconds of poison. They really only get annoying in, like, really wide open spaces. If you have to avoid enemies, then they're objectively bad. What? No, I mean, I have to avoid enemies here. That doesn't mean these enemies are objective. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Having to dodge something doesn't make the enemy, like, inherently bad. Wall Creeper / Black Recluse. They're only in specific areas, and you know they're there. Okay, well, let's check the damage. Dude, fuck off. I need to shoot you. Stop it. That doesn't interrupt them. I don't know why I thought they were like tortoises. They are like tortoises in a lot of senses, but shooting them doesn't interrupt them. Most annoying pillar. I'd say it's between Nebula and Solar still. Stardust and Vortex both have very easy cheese strats. Solar definitely can get annoying. I mean, generally, in any challenge run, Solar and Nebula are the most annoying. Okay, I gotta block off this area so that these gastropods stop showing up to shoot me. Just make a... cheese for Vortex. Well, there are two of them. One of them is just dig down and shoot up. The other one is just to take an alien queen off to the side and just farm the alien queen. No, if you make like a... I don't remember the exact positioning, but something like this, and you stand correctly, the hornets won't spawn above you, laser beams won't spawn above you and shoot down, and nothing has attacks that go through blocks. Alternatively, you can just pull a queen off to the side, and then... You don't farm the maggots. Well, you grow up the maggots into more queens. I don't know, Hixelman. Don't count. Yeah, gastropods become passive if you go in royal gel, but I'm not royalty. Pretty sure it's a crime to pass myself off as part of a royal family that I'm not part of. Often found the Martian invasion during their playthroughs. I don't like Martians. Great journey to kill a Corvite. Better than trying to kill the damn Kvaltipede. Been Slime God yet this playthrough? No. Stop it. Damn it. I thought he was going to die before he got to me. That was, misestimating my, damage. This isn't that bad. Not great, but, like, I can clump up together a decent amount of them. And I can kill them with relative effectiveness. back to half HP, and there's only one of them. It's the most annoying one, too. They should remove the pillars and nerf pillar weapons. Hang on, what you just saying the last time I streamed that removing content is always bad? Change your mind? Yeah, all it takes is seeing the pillars. Damn, that was bouncy. If you have to find someone who enjoys doing the pillars. Yeah, it's... The problem with the pillars is they're, like... They're overtuned. They're designed to counter what the player wants to do. At least several of them are. And as a result, just end up feeling like a giant middle finger to the player. Solar Pillar is a great example, where it's a bunch of enemies that want you to jump in the air in order to dodge them, and then the game incredibly harshly punishes you for jumping in the air. Like, I can't dodge these enemies here unless I jump in the air. That's the only way I can do it. So I have to make very small motions into the air to try to dodge them. And, like, usually it works. But then if I mess up, okay, there's 300 damage that I take, right? Which is annoying. Which then leads you to just utilizing very slow cheese strategies. I mean, even here, like, I'm not fighting the pillars. I'm doing a cheese strategy, pulling a couple of them off to the side to fight them one at a time. Good here. Fire qual depleted. Yeah, I didn't really have anything else I could do aside from try to make it down there fast enough. The problem is the solar flares I couldn't destroy, so I was stuck up there. And my only hope was to try to get past the crawl speed before I could, well, before everything else got to me. But yeah, can shoot the stroller from down there. Can't really do anything about this Drake admirer, though. The other thing is the pillars are numerically cranked up to hell in terms of their stats, which tends to be pretty annoying because it makes them, I mean, even with good builds, difficult, especially as the numbers scale to really high levels on Master Mode. Okay, here's the stroller strat. Just shoot him from below. Two Choroids here? Yes, there are. If you stay far enough away from Choroids, they won't dash at you, so that's really all I have to do here. Take some distance. Pixies can do that. Okay. Oh, 20% of the way there. Yeah. And this is the solar pillar in its, like, least annoying iteration, where everything in the solar pillar has been nerfed considerably. Well, a lot of the things. Porvites aren't nearly as dangerous as they used to be. Selenian projectile reflection is a lot weaker. Okay, hold on. We figured out how to deal with strollers. Just sit here, shoot them from below. Oh, he fell down. How would I kill Moonlord? Doesn't he heal more than DPS of a Sandgun? I don't actually think he would. I'm pretty sure I could kill his leeches with a Sandgun, but that aside, low DPS is only a problem on the Moonlord if you let it be a problem. There are many, many, many ways to avoid his healing. The more concerning thing is that we're slightly squishy and don't have great mobility options, but if that's an issue, we'll find a way to deal with it. What do we got, like 75? 75. Okay. Damn it. Finally get a good chunk of enemies to spawn, and I'm slightly slow in the air. Sand is incredibly deadly. Meow Legend. We're basically trapping them in pits of quicksand and then removing the quicksand and dumping quicksand on them again. Just the one? I feel like only one of them survived. Okay. Oh no, there's another one. Man, there's really no good way for me to do this. He's too short. Like 2 blocks tall. Well, these 2 enemies are good to deal with. I don't mind these ones. Drake Myos are a piece of cake. And Selenians get not quite stun locked, but nearly stun locked. Or if Sandgun had an actual hard mode version, I think it would be quite powerful. I mean, the Sandgun alone is pretty good, so a hard mode upgrade of it would be even better. Would be better than Phoenix Blaster? Well, the regular Sandgun is similar in performance to the Phoenix Blaster, a little bit worse, so an upgraded one would presumably be stronger. Fast clock on me. Okay, we're very slowly getting there. He's gonna just randomly okay. Anti-stroller technology. Place a block for him to immediately stop spinning on. How would it feel to be hit by evil / hollowed sand? I imagine like regular sand, but a bit more colorful. You know those colored like play sands that children play with? I imagine it's like that. Just getting smacked with purple sand. But an old version that's kind of clumped together and kind of lost a lot of its sandy charm. Put rocks in the sand? I'd love to, but there's no rocky sand. That's not an option. I can safely say the strollers are the worst part. They're very slow to die, and really interrupt my ability to stand and shoot through other enemies. Evil / See, Anakin Skywalker should have just put a bunch of torches down on the bottom of his desert planet, and then there wouldn't have been sand everywhere. And it wouldn't have been as coarse, rough, and irritating. I should have been the director of Star Wars. I've never actually watched Star Wars. Like any of the movies. I think I watched maybe like half of episode 3 in a movie theater when I was like 6, and then fell asleep in the theater. That's about the extent of my Star Wars viewing knowledge. It's the sort of, like, Star Wars to me is kind of, Like, I'm sure it's good, but I feel like it's built up too much, and I'd kind of just watch it and go, yeah, that's alright. Rather than being, like, super in love with it. Yeah, I see the light swing. Sure, I'll catch him. Just to get him out of here. It's the problem with a lot of, like, very influential shows or phenomenon and such, which is just a phenomena. I feel like the context around it and how it relates to other media at the time is an important part of the enjoyment of it. Like, Star Wars is very influential, and so much other stuff has been inspired or derivative of it. Plus, all of the, like, plot points I already know, so it's basically, there's no suspense involved. It's knowing, essentially, the entire story ahead of time. And just, I don't know, it's never been something that I've really been, like, super involved by. I'm not against it, it's just... Like, if a friend was having a movie night and they were watching the Star Wars trilogy, I'd, you know, probably show up, but I wouldn't, like, go out of my way to watch it. That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure I would like the original trilogy, Dick Tango. But, like, I think I just watch it and go, yeah, that's good. I like that. It's the same sort of thing with, like, a lot of games that I haven't played. I feel like Undertale is a big one. I haven't played Undertale. And I feel like my reaction to playing Undertale would be... Yeah. Yeah, that was good. But it's, like, built up so much to be, like, this, like, really incredible game, and I don't think I would get that response out of it. Hey, Vicious. Yeah, Omori too. It's just kind of this inherent issue with trying to get into popular things after they're popular, where, like, sometimes they live up to the hype and sometimes they don't, and it's always awkward being in the situation when they don't, because then it's just like, yeah, that was good. It was just an enjoyable experience. It was fine. Damn it. Would I do no-hit and modded? One, I don't like modded Terraria. Two, I don't really like no-hit challenges very much. Yeah, and nostalgia is a big thing, because a lot of the people that really enjoy Undertale were, you know, active gamer years 10 years ago, which means they were, like, you know, in their teens. Which, I mean, I was too 10 years ago, but Generally, you look more favorably upon things when you're like, when you're younger and have nostalgia for them and whatnot. Do I have a new idea in mind? I have a couple ideas. Is there anything in particular that... I don't know what kind of idea you're talking about. I have a few. I've been known to have ideas from time to time. I don't want to be here. Take me somewhere. Okay. Dying to, that's fine. I don't want to be here with these enemies spawned because this is miserable. A Corite, a Stroller, a Selenian on the not a Selenian, a Dracomeyer. On the bottom that prevents me from going down to shoot the Stroller from above, and then a Crawltipede in the air. That is a miserable set of enemies. No hit Moonlord. I have no hit. I have fought every boss in the game without taking damage blindfolded. In For the Worthy Master mode. That doesn't mean I like doing no hits. I'm gonna fight the Moonlord without damage. Okay, I've done that. Blindfolded. Although I think I might have used a cheese strategy for that one. I don't remember. I've no hit the Moonlord twice blindfolded, I think. One of them was just like a cheese strategy. Another one was just hopping on a Shrimpy Truffle, I think. I do it blindfolded. Some bosses I cheesed. The Moonlord, like I said, I've fought the Moonlord twice blindfolded. Maybe the first one wasn't a no-hit. I don't remember. Some of the bosses I cheesed, some of them I didn't. It basically just felt on how I was doing. But what's your plan for this Moonlord? I don't have a plan. Shoot him until he dies. Oh, there was a sand in the way. An asphalt bridge is pretty decent for the Moonlord. They're fine. Asphalt works, but... like, I don't have a plan for the Moonlord, because I'm not going to make a plan for the Moonlord until I've killed 3 pillars, and I'm considering, how am I going to fight the Moonlord? Until then, I don't care. I'll come up with a strategy for the Moonlord when I need to. I don't need to yet. We're not fighting. I have something significantly more annoying than the Moonlord to deal with currently. Do I enjoy FPS games? I used to be really big into FPS games. I don't really play them much anymore. Pretty much the only FPS game I'll sometimes play is... I have some friends that like to play the finals. And occasionally we'll play that for a bit, but... I don't really play FPS as much anymore. Oh, we're gonna die to this shoulder. Yeah, I feel like I grew out of FPS games when I was like 17. I was really big into FPS games when I was like a teenager. And then I just played so much fucking like Call of Duty that I lost all interest in them. Ever played NBA 2K? No, I've never been into sports games or sports. I don't know if I've ever actually like played a sports game. Like video game. I can't think of a single one. Yeah, I'm not big on sports. How old am I? Old enough. There's a strong chance that I'm old enough to be... Wow, that hit me. Somebody's father in chat, depending on how young they are. I sound 20? My voice is aged well then. What do you mean I sound... What does I sound 20 mean? How do you sound 20? I just have youthful vigor coming out of my, my vocal cords? What kind of 13-year-olds are you listening to that I sound 13, Giraffa? What kind of kids do you guys have these days? I'm not old enough to have hit Twink Death, so we can work with that. And so once Twink Death hits, you just transition to a different look. Start gaining muscles. You have any idea that could be fun to beat Terraria with an instrument? Dude, I can't play music. I'd rather go back to trying to play the game with voice controls than go try to play it with an instrument. I suck at music. So I'd said this before, well, I've been playing Dead by Daylight with some friends recently. I have one friend that's pretty into Dead by Daylight. I think she has, like, 800 hours or something. And then 3 of us who, I think, like 15, 18, and 20 hours, maybe. And we all started playing it together. And overall, it's been pretty fun going in with, like, 4 people as survivors and just, you know, dicking around. I had gotten around to trying to play a killer for the first time. And it was simultaneously significantly easier and significantly more difficult than I was expecting. Which I think might just be because, like, I didn't have perks. But, like, there was, like, no information that I got anywhere. But then it was also very easy to kill people. I think I played Wraith. Yeah, I played Wraith. I only have, like, the default ones unlocked, so I'm spending money on the game. But it's been pretty fun just dicking around with friends. Look says we're constantly cycling between 4-player games to play. As we'll play one for a couple hours, couple dozen hours, whatever, get bored of it, then move on to the next one. As we've gone through, you know, Starve Together and Lethal Company and Repo and Dead by Daylight and Civilization 6 and just like a bunch of different random games that we'll push through before going on to the next one. Have beat Duke Fishron? No, I started it, but I was really getting bored fighting Duke Fishron with a Sandgun, and I just wanted to end the game. Fresh Stardew? We did Stardew. The problem is that... Did you guys tackle Factorio? We played Factorio. But the problem is, sometimes it'll be like a week or two before we can get back to something. And the problem with Factorio is playing Factorio, being gone for like a couple weeks, then coming back, just makes it a headache trying to like remember what everything is. And how everything was set up and works. And also, by the time... It always happens to me, where by the time you get to Factorio's mid-game, I just kind of get burnt out and bored. Playing Minecraft tech mods? No, we had tried playing Minecraft, but... Well, just got bored after a while. Where I, like, explored everything there was to explore and did everything there was to do aside from just build. It's like sleeping in class and waking up 30 minutes later? Yeah. I've never understood sleeping in class. I can't sleep. I can only sleep in, like, very comfortable environments. I can't just fall asleep. I don't get how people just, like, fall asleep. Right? Or they just, like, doze off in class, or, like, in the seat of a car, or... I don't know, just, like, sitting on a chair, resting somewhere, and just falling asleep. I can, like, fall asleep in bed by myself. I can't... I really struggle to sleep around other people. Whether it be same room, same bed, whatever. It's really difficult for me to just fall asleep. Especially if people, like, snore or breathe loudly. Then I just can't sleep. I'll just stay awake the whole night. But I do not get how people just fall asleep. Alright, 13 more. Love building in Minecraft? I'm not a big builder in Minecraft. I prefer building in Terraria because it's faster and easier, and it feels less of a headache to, like, get and carry all the, like, materials and stuff. Building in Minecraft feels to me like a chore, whereas building in Terraria feels like just like a side thing that I can get done with pretty quickly. I think the speed that it happens at is an important one for me. Oh, still a Drakemeyer. $64 stack limit? Yeah. Coke or Pepsi or water? Generally just water. If I had to pick between the two of them and I was having a soda, probably Coke. But I don't really drink soda much anymore. I used to drink a lot of soda when I was a teenager. But I stopped a while ago. Started falling asleep in class because you've been sleeping enough. After you started doing it, you feel like you've lost some kind of inhibition against it. Yeah, in general, I just drink water. if I'm like out to eat at a restaurant, maybe I'll order a soda. Just because I never really like restaurant waters. Usually I'll just bring my own water, but you know, sometimes that doesn't work out. I don't really get alcoholic drinks. I don't really like drinking much in general. As far as alcohol, I don't mind it, but I don't like spending money on it. One. Third core, right? Are you kidding me? Swap to piercing. Like generally, it's pretty expensive, and I don't mind just like drinking water. You'd order cocktails at a restaurant. I'm sensitive to like the flavor of alcohol. I feel it comes through really strongly with a lot of drinks, and I don't like that flavor. The drinks that I've had that I've enjoyed were like a couple of wines at a upscale restaurant and like cider. Other than that, I feel like the alcohol flavor and stuff is too pronounced for me to enjoy. Oh, airplanes are another one. I don't get people that can just, like, fall asleep on airplanes. I had to put in, like, extreme effort in order to fall asleep on, like, a 15-hour flight. You're sensitive to caffeine, that's why you don't drink coffee? Or non-alcoholic cocktails? Yeah, but at that, like, money is another part of it where, you know, I don't want to spend a bunch, and buying drinks tends to really crank up the prices at places. Just trying to hover high enough that the stroller wouldn't get me with the explosion, but the jumping guys wouldn't get me either, but I don't think there was a height where that was possible. You would sleep a lot before like a 24-hour flight to visit your home country? Yeah, but then like, what if they come by with like water on the flight, and they don't give it to you because you're asleep? I would be really distressed if that was the case. Or if they thought I was asleep and I wasn't asleep and I wanted water and I didn't get any. I'm a fiend for water on airplanes. Genuinely, last time I was flying, the flight attendant would come by with a drink, you know, they pour you out a cup of water. I would immediately drink it, ask them for another one, immediately drink that one, and then ask them for another one. Especially because, like, they didn't come by that often. So it was really... There was a lot of pressure to get the water while you could, you know? Because you don't want to be dehydrated on an airplane. The humidity on them is really low, and, like, being dehydrated can worsen, you know, jet lag and give you headaches and stuff, and... You don't want to deal with all that shit. Just give me water. Give me, like, 4 bottles of water. And I brought a bottle of water, but I drank it. It was a long flight. I need more water. Also, shout out to people who don't act like fucking animals on airplanes. There was, when I was taking a vacation with my family to Japan, on the flight back, there was a lady who spent the entire flight, I was sitting in an aisle seat, and across the aisle, the lady was just sitting with her bare fucking feet stretched out into the aisle. Like half a foot away from me. There's no islands. Yeah, you jump out, but then you get on a no-fly list, and that's awkward. My good cook is in food? I can hold my own. I've made cooking videos. Bring a gallon next time. The problem is you can't bring a gallon of water to the airport because you got to get through TSA and security. And they won't let you bring more than like 500 milliliters of water. You got to source your water in the airport, which means the water's going to be expensive. And you can't, they don't just sell gallon jugs of water in the airport. They should, but they don't. If it's a domestic flight in the US, you could use Amtrak instead. I'd be more inclined to use like a Greyhound, because they're cheaper than Amtrak. I've used Greyhound buses a few times, but they're not. Greyhound buses are where the soul of humanity reside. And it's not a pretty soul. Airports sell water. Airplanes have complimentary water. Airports sell water. You can buy water at the airport to bring on the airplane. Otherwise, you just get the complimentary water they give, and it's not a huge amount, usually. I've ridden my share of Greyhound buses. I've done it twice. Once, when I visited New York Comic-Con, I took a bus to New York. And that was a hell of an experience. One, trip there, I was stuck sitting next to a lady who smelled like she hadn't showered in a month for like 3 or 4 hours. It was a very long time of just sitting there holding my nose, watching. I think I had some anime on Netflix downloaded. As I was going up there. And then on the way back, I actually missed my train because, or sorry, missed my bus. And so I had to hop on the next one like a couple hours later. So I was just stuck sitting there on like a street corner in New York. Because it wasn't departing from a bus station. It was just at like a street corner. For like 4 hours until the next bus came. Some Amtrak routes give you an entire bed. Yeah, but like, probably the main thing I'm concerned about is just pricing when it comes to transportation. If I'm going cheap, I'm gonna go dirt cheap and just get like a bus. If I want convenience, I'm probably just gonna get a plane. Or I watch on Netflix. I don't have Netflix anymore. I don't watch anything on Netflix. Honestly, if I watch any shows or movies or whatever nowadays, I just find some illicit streaming website on my burner laptop and watch them from there. I'll see if I can showcase the cheese for the Vortex pillar. Because you might be able to pull it off pretty effectively. Ah. Well, it seems like they don't aggro to you. Or is that just because I have Shroomite stealth? Oh, it's because I had Shroomite stealth. Okay. Well, this is your cheese for the Vortex pillar. I think. Okay, well, let me... If I set up a wall... Yeah, I might have to shoot it at a slight angle. We'll see if I can set it up correctly. Think we're good? Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, and then my second Greyhound bus was when I was heading to Atlanta when I was a couple of months ago, heading to Japan with some friends. We all met up in Atlanta. And, that one wasn't as bad, but the lady in front of me would not stop talking on her phone for the entire, like, I don't even remember how long it was. But hours and hours of this lady just non-stop droning on and giving her entire life story on the phone. I think there's a cheese for the Nebula pillar, but it's a bit more annoying. Like, set up blocks in the right places. And hoiks and whatnot, but I don't remember. Well, we get to use our Shroomite stealth here, so that's nice. Gives people more considerate people around them. Yeah, it'd be nice. It would be nice. I'd see you, Nick. I thought that might be the case. Okay, let the boys stand up and let the girls sit, so you'll be standing for 20 minutes till you reach your destination. Like buses or things? Did you deal with anyone like typing essays or doing their work on computers on planes? Not that I can remember. If they were, I wasn't paying attention to it. I mean, I have a friend who's a grad student that I was traveling with, who was like reading scientific papers and stuff on the plane as part of his work, his graduate studies. But that's about it. For some reason, they always do it in the middle of the night when it's quiet and everyone is sleeping. Oh yeah, that reminds me. On my flight back from Japan with my family, they all just opened the windows. And the whole thing was like flooded with light the entire time. Normally they like close the windows and try to keep like mood lighting to help people like be quiet and sleep and whatnot. Some people are just animals on airplanes. Yeah, you could imagine if I had like a solar eruption here. This would actually be really easy because I could just attack through walls. Like if I wasn't using a Sandgun, this would be really easy. Did I try outcore? I don't know what that is. So no. I didn't. As opposed to the just hold M1 strap. All the queens bunched up on the right there is awkward. It's a free indie game on Steam. Yeah, I just have a lot of other stuff to do. I'm not super looking for a new game at the moment. Man, shout out to that one queen who's just been sitting there on that rainbow brick for the past, like, 10 minutes, not moving. Does Pearl Sand deal more damage than the other sand blocks or something? It pierces, and it deals 5 additional damage compared to regular sand. Been here for like 10 minutes? We've been here for a while. I mean, you can see how much damage I'm doing. It's not that much. Okay, how can I restructure this so that the queens won't get clumped up over there? I have an idea. The Sandgun is good for its stage, but the blocks are annoying so you don't use it. Yeah, if you don't have something set up to prevent the blocks from piling up, it can be pretty annoying. I'm gonna try. Hopefully, that will, expensive. Putting into the hardest pillar? Between Solar and Nebula. I thought these were another fragment for a sec. They're just living fire blocks. Just realized what the shape of my forest base is meant to be. A reindeer from Rainworld? Shout out to Rainworld. I love Rainworld. Well, I love Rainworld, but the water DLC really, killed my interest in Rainworld. I was really disappointed with that DLC, and have not been at all interested in playing Rainworld since it came out. Do you think they should make the blocks break auto? The Sandgun? No. Nah, I think the clunkiness of having the blocks get placed down is a big part of the weapon itself. If you took that out, the Sandgun would just be, you know, a gun. Ever played One Shot? No, I haven't. I think this should improve our efficiency quite a lot, as it should stop the queens from escaping. Why did your Tavern Keep just spawn in hell? The Tavern Keep can spawn anywhere in the world after the Eater of Worlds or Brain of Cthulhu are defeated. It can be on a floating island, it can be in the underworld, it can be in the cavern layer, it can be in the dungeon. It shows up anywhere. Again, just want to thank you for your advice a few days ago. You were stuck on mech bosses. You went from being stuck on mech bosses to being post-golem in your Mastermind Worlds as a result of your suggestions. Awesome! Glad it helped. You got to try Rain World, so your friend let you try it through Parsec for some reason. He let me play the Watcher and you hated it and never played it again. He started you with the Watcher? To try to get you into Rain World. Your friend had you play the Watcher? Your friend was... That's not a friend. I'm sorry, they've been lying to you. They're not your friend. I know some people that like the Watcher DLC. But they like the Watcher DLC because they're very experienced with the game, know how the game works, and are willing to put up with its bullshit. The Watcher is so much more frustrating, especially as a first experience, than any other campaign would be. Hell, you could play Saint before the Watcher and probably have a better time as your first experience. How'd that queen get up there? How'd she do that? Oh, fuck. I sneezed my... my wrist twitched and I moved while I was shooting and dropped sand on myself. Okay, Did you try it? Because the art style's well made, but it's not for you. I mean, Rainwell's not the game for everybody. It can definitely be difficult, frustrating. If you're fine with some difficulty in games, and you like the experience of delving into a new world, not knowing what's going on, not having a lot of guidance, and then just kind of working things out and trying new things until stuff works. Yeah, I love Rainworld. Then I think Rainworld's a great game. But if you're the type of person that likes to know what's going on, have clearly defined things, likes mechanical difficulty, as opposed to more of like world building and vibes, in terms of like, oh yeah, I need to execute this particular action in this particular way in order to succeed. If you don't do well with difficulty, you get frustrated easily. These are all things that can make Rain World annoying. Rainworld is heavily based on Buddhist concepts of like cycles of struggling and overcoming those struggles to reach nirvana. So the game has a lot of bullshit. It is unfair, or it can feel unfair. It's usually not actually unfair, but the mechanic can feel very unfair. And you kind of they just clipped through a wall. She just went through a wall. Yeah, Rainworld's not terribly expensive. If you want to try it, I would just buy the base game, try Survivor, and then if you like that, you'll probably enjoy Downpour. What platformer would you put Rainworld in terms of difficulty? Rainworld's not really a platformer, is the thing. Like, it's not like Hollow Knight or Celeste. I mean, Hollow Knight's a Metroidvania, but it has strong platforming elements. It's not like Celeste or something, where you have to execute a bunch of, like, difficult platforming things, and like, it is a platformer, but the platforming isn't really the focus of the game. It's more of a survival game. It's kind of hard to define it in a particular genre. But it's more about surviving than doing platforming stuff. And it's also got very strong exploration elements. I think one of the descriptors I've used is it tries to, or I've heard people use, is it tries to emulate the experience of being like a New York subway rap, where you're completely out of your depth in the city with a bunch of things that you don't understand and you're just trying to struggle for your own survival. Scrounging by however you can. Sounds like an opposite game would be Oxygen Not Included. I'm not familiar with Oxygen Not Included. They found flying, or is that a DLC or something? The DLC in Rainworld changes things a lot. Generally, Downpour added slugcats who have more, like, mechanical powers, and it gets a bit more arcadey than the base game, but even then, it's still a very similar game, just with the player powered up a lot in various different ways. I would not recommend starting with the DLC. One, you can't even play the DLC campaigns until beating the other ones, unless you use the cheats to unlock them. And two, you're going to be hopelessly lost if you don't already know the maps or have a sense of them. Colony Sim Survival. I'm surprised we haven't earned any banners. I guess we've been splitting up our kills pretty effectively. It's good that I'm doing this, because this would have been miserable if we just walked up and tried to kill this pillar. Speaking of which, we have to go do the Nebula pillar next. I don't know how we do that. So like Hollow Knight, we were lost in the map is so bad you can't figure out where you are. I mean, getting lost is a part of the experience. Hollow Knight has the map that you need to find. You have to find, like, Cornifer and buy the map. That's not the case in Rain World. You just have a map that you fill out as you explore things. But the map doesn't necessarily represent things in the most coherent way. It can definitely be a little confusing sometimes, or, like, you can get lost. The thing is, the map... There's, like, this three-dimensionality to the map that can be a little disorienting. That's the only thing about the map that can be a little confusing. It's not a 3D map, but there's, like, the foreground, the background, and then the middle area, and you kind of, like, press back and forth to travel between them, and rooms will move between those states, which can be a little weird. Okay, there's a floating island above this one, so we're gonna have to just go in and do this raw. Oh, God, storm divers, fuck. Okay, I have a better idea. Shit, I messed it up. The only control issue with the game is 3D, but the map is 2D. No, the game's not 3D. It's that the map has layers, like it... ...3D and a graphical level that you want to play a single slice of? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I'm bothering to destroy those. You know, I could probably just shoot this from the side. I managed to tag the other pillar when I was, shooting that wyvern. I could probably just bag this from the side. Here? Okay, we got it. Are we pushing it upward? We're building a wall! God. Anti-Sandgun technology. Now we're building a wall on the other side. Just shoot from above, I think. Because there's a tree underneath it. It can't place sand on the tree. What's the point of the Shrumite set bonus? There are situations where it can come in handy. It's effectively useless. It is not effectively useless. There are situations it can come in handy. Very good for the Old One's army. It's very good when farming stuff. Sitting still, getting the damage bonus from that. It's pretty solid on the moons until you get to the point where bosses start coming too quickly for you to kill before they reach you. It's usable in multiplayer. It's niche. It's not useless. I was just using it here on the pillar as I was sitting still, shooting upward. It's also good for mounts. The Shrumite... I don't think you can get the Shrumite stealth bonus on a mount because it counts as you moving constantly. Yeah, you're thinking about Vortex. It's quite good with the Piranha Gun. If you shoot with the Piranha Gun while you have the Shrumite stealth bonus, the damage gets locked into whatever damage you had when you started firing it as it clings to the enemy. So you can shoot when you're in stealth, move out of stealth, and you'll keep the damage from when you were in stealth. And it's like a 60% damage bonus. That's really substantial. If you're using the Piranha Gun, it's definitely worth trying to use the Shrumite stealth bonus. Doesn't work with the Empress of Light for some reason, because her teleporting causes it to fall off, despite the fact that teleporting doesn't usually do that. Something about her teleporting specifically doesn't play well with that. The storm divers that are the issue. That trigger is the only reason Piranha Gun is ever worth using. Yeah, but it's an important thing to keep in mind when using it. Yeah, Vortex stealth is a lot better. Works really well with wings. Like the hover on the starboard doesn't interrupt that at all. Having fun? No, but it's part of the run to finish. I knew this part of the game wasn't going to be fun. That's why we didn't do it the other day when I didn't feel like it. The Piranha Gun is decent. Its damage is not stellar for the point of the game that it's in, especially without the 60% damage bonus from the stealth. It's mechanically cool. It can have a lot of utility because of the way that it works. But when you're comparing it to post-Plantera and especially post-Golem options, you know, you have the trifecta of bows, Aerial Bane, Eventide, Tsunami, which are really strong. You have the Chain Gun, Snowman Cannon, you have the Stinger from Golem, Nail Gun, Venus Magnum Sniper Rifle. It's not holding up the best against the likes of those. Moonlord is a soft DPS check, you can avoid it. Actually, you know what? I've devised a better strategy for doing this. If I just destroy this sand, and then place stuff there so that more sand can't be put down, then I can just shoot the pillar. From a distance. We just have to breach its defenses. Just put on the chisel here. Piranha Gun is good for events. problem is the events really want DPS, because, or at least the moons, I assume, are what we mean by events. If you're just talking like motions, I don't know, I've never tried to use the Piranha Gun on motions, but if we're talking like moons, generally you want high DPS for that. And the Piranha Gun isn't really bringing high DPS. Alright, one more. I think we do probably end up making an asphalt runway. And I'm thinking through strategies that are going to work well enough, and making an asphalt runway with stuff on the top to stop blocks from getting placed down is the most consistent thing I can think of that'll allow me to deal with both phases of the Moonlord. I think I'm going to need a lot of gel. I don't know if I have a slime statue. That could be problematic. I'm not using food buffs right now. There's not really any reason to. Okay, I think that should do it. The different sand types do different damage. Regular sand deals -1 damage. Special sands cause the Sandgun to deal 5 extra damage. Which really means 4 extra damage, because sand does -1 damage. But basically, anything that isn't regular sand deals 5 extra damage and pierces. Okay, well, should be able to kill Vortex now. And we still have Nebula. Alright, so here's something. There? There. Alright. Think we're good? Think we're good. Medium food buffs at a minimum are easier to get, especially at this point in the game. I don't see any reason. I have medium food buffs in a chest. There's not any reason for me to just sit here and blow through dozens of pumpkins when I'm just walking in a place and immediately dying. I have medium food buffs. I had them. I used them. I had like 10 pumpkins on me. They're gone now because I died. I have more pumpkin in my chest, but there's not any reason for me to get more. They're not really going to benefit me at all. And it's just using something that I don't have an infinite supply of it if I go back and plant more pumpkins, which I don't want to do. Okay. And now we just have Nebula, but before that, let's ponder how we're actually going to kill the Moon Lord. I do have a slime statue. Okay, I guess I'm going to farm some slime for a bit, and then... make an asphalt runway. How do I torture myself? This isn't torture. Just pop something down here. Slime banner. Okay, oh, this is gonna take a minute. Ah, fuck. Seriously? Okay. In that case, I can be slightly more creative. Give me some teleporters. Okay, there are a few different ways we can play this. I'll try strategies as they come to mind. I had acknowledged it happened before, but I didn't consciously acknowledge it. Okay, this is fine. Actually, I know where to go. I know where to go. Torches are invincible and remain lit, but statues are not. Yeah. It's a little silly. Okay. Well, we're getting gel, so that was the goal. Hey, if you're not familiar with what I did there, that statue over there is floating. If you put a teleporter down, put a furniture object on the teleporter, and then destroy the block underneath the teleporter, it'll cause whatever furniture is on top of the teleporter to float in midair, which can allow you to spawn statues, or statue enemies, in a way that they'll just fall down on the ground instead of being on a block. Normally, you can't have a statue floating in midair, but doing that allows you to get by it. And then putting it in a hoik allows me to move it far away, to shoot it somewhere else, so I don't have to destroy the statue. And we're doing this because you need gel to make asphalt. No, I didn't do daytime invisible light. Yeah, we're getting gel for asphalt. We're probably looking at like a 40 or 50 minute Moonlord fight. And my current mobility options are not going to be fantastic for that on Master Mode. And especially given the gradual degradation of any arena, if I don't have a consistent platform with stuff on top of it, I'd like to just put down asphalt, put down like a line of torches on top of the asphalt, and then just work from there. Plus, asphalt gives me the speed to outrun his tongue, which is nice. Hate asphalt grinding? It's a bit annoying, yeah. Is it, it's 1 gel and 2 sands to every asphalt, right? Raises the question of how much asphalt I need. Oh, sorry, sand. Stone, yeah. Strictly speaking, you can shimmer furnaces for stone if it really gets desperate, but I probably just have enough stone. Yeah, you can do this with any statue. It's actually nice because it lets you increase the efficiency of the statue. You might have seen, before I started killing these slimes, there were 10 of them bunched up here. Normally, a statue is limited to how many enemies it can spawn based on how many enemies are existing in the area. Within a short distance, only 3 can spawn. You get a bit further away, you go up to 6, and then anywhere in the world, you can have up to 10. So because I'm pulling the slimes away from the statue, it allows me to ignore the local limit and lets me spawn up to the cap of 10, which doesn't really do anything now because I'm killing the slimes fast enough that it doesn't matter, but if it was a more powerful enemy that takes longer to kill, let's say like a shark or an imp if you're early in the game, or I don't know, you're grinding Medusas for pocket mirrors or something, you pull them further away and you can increase your efficiency by ignoring the local limit. And this is also letting me farm sand as well. I'm getting more pearl sand because I have ammo reservation from the ammo box. Actually, no, I don't. Did I die? I must have died. I had ammo reservation from the ammo box, and then I think I died. Or what were you testing on, Trophy? Okay, well, we are at 760 gel. Is how much asphalt do I want? I'll probably set my bed far to the left and then do a basic loop running to the right, teleporting home, and then looping that over and over again. It might get a little dicey in his second phase doing that, but I think it should work fine. Plus I'll have to fly over him to avoid the death ray anyway. It's mostly a second phase concern. Big wide arena. I'll think about it. Well, I have plenty of vertical mobility. Like, I can dodge the death ray. The problem is I don't have indefinite flight, either through Shrimpy Truffle Rain, which I'm not going to be able to sustain for the duration of the fight, or Soaring Insignia, or Witch's Broom. No way in hell I'm going to get a Witch's Broom. I can't do Pumpkin Wind like this. I can't kill Empress of Light in 9 minutes with a Sandgun, not with my current build. If I fished for an enchanted Moondial, maybe I could do Empress of Light, try to dodge her during the daytime, Moondial to the next night, and then continue the fight going there. But I don't want to have to do that. I'd rather just try to beat the game. And Asphalt's a nice secondary option. Don't need it, but given the duration of the fight and what I'm working with, I do want something that feels a bit more comfortable to dodge with. Yeah, here's another example of just the Hoik-powered farm being really nice to have built in the world. It's fast to build, it's easy, and it gets results. Originally, I was just going to put a teleporter down and then do a one-way teleport. But this is simpler. Hey, raw chicken. For a test on the twins, see what your results. I'll 2,000? 2,000's probably a solid amount. I'll see how long it is, how it feels, and then maybe I can always just come back and get more. It's not hard to get more gel. Oh, I guess Shroomite must have an ammo reservation, because, I am getting ammo back. That makes sense, it's a range, though. Besides, world is a loud world. Yeah, 2,000 asphalt's about a quarter of the world. Should be a solid amount, I hope. Gun Chlorophyte at the same DPS, but it wasn't as easy. What are you using? Because a chain gun with chlorophyte bullets, what, chain guns, rapid chain gun has a use time of 3, base damage of like 50. Plus chlorophyte bullets. Probably getting to like, let's say, 9 base damage, 59. Okay, no reforges. That'd be hitting 15 times per second. You're just walking up with like no reforges, no armor, no nothing. I think Chain Gun's base use time is 4. It's 15 times per second. 59 damage each. Let's call it 60. Round up to 20 for convenience, then just pull back 300. 60, 20, 1200, Added crit chance, armor bonuses. Armor, but no reforges. I'd expect chain gun to be plenty of defense, but okay, we have about enough gel. It's worth pointing out the chain gun's also like not a great option for that point. You'd be looking at like tsunami and whatnot. And like I said, the piranha gun's fine. Works. But it's not like a particularly fantastic option. And if those numbers are run in a good test, then it's a solid competitor, but I don't think that's like a super impressive performance. 1.4 thousand on an enemy with very little defense isn't like that great. I'm pretty sure with like decent damage builds, you'll be hitting that around 1,000 with like pre-mech options. Okay. Oh yeah, we got plenty of stone. That's good. The piranha gun doesn't have ammo. Blendomatic. I think that's why they used chlorophyte. Let's go make a builder potion. Potion ingredients. I don't have any blink root. Can go find blink root. We pull out a spelunker potion. Let me pull out a spelunker. Okay. Use a mod to unlock the FPS? No, I'm playing at 60 FPS. That's blink root. Got blink root up here too. I mean, I only have a 60 Hz monitor anyway, so unlocking my frame rate's not going to do anything. Okay. Building. No, we have to destroy the floating cactus. This is a tragedy. It's the worst thing to happen to this world since 9/11. It happened here too? Yeah. There used to be 2 giant pillars on top of the dungeon in the Lunatic Cultist game. Did I destroy the pillars? Different type of pillar. I destroyed the pillars of the community that Terraria is founded upon, and turned it into a cesspit. But they weren't large combo centers, so it's completely different. But it's specifically the community, the item, and Calamity mod. I destroyed the pillars of that community. Not Calamity's community, but the pillars of the item, the community from Calamity mod. So I'm Supreme Calamitous. I am a Chicken Supremes from Bojangles. I really enjoy Bojangles, and this is going to be, it's very, like, Bojangles is pretty regional to, like, the southeast US. Going a bit into the mid-Atlantic and south. And they have pretty nice chicken tenders. And for the longest time, I would order their tenders home style, because the first time I got Bojangles, I was at like a Magic the Gathering convention, and this random guy that I was with was like, hey, let's go to Bojangles, and I'm like, okay, so we go to the Bojangles in the convention center, and I just order what he got, and he's like, yeah, I'll have a home style chicken tender combo, and I'm like, oh, cool, that sounds cool, I'll have that. I didn't actually know what home style meant, and then like years later, I found out what home style meant. It means they just don't put like flavor on the chicken. Normally it has like spices on it, and homestyle just doesn't have spices on it. So for the longest time, I was just ordering like unseasoned chicken, because the random white guy I was with decided the spices were too powerful and he wanted the unflavored version. Well, like, it was a guy that I knew, Reezy, but it was like, you know, multiple people from the game store that I went to play Magic the Gathering at went to the convention, and one of those guys was like, hey, let's go to Bojangles. I mean, if a random guy walked up to me and was like, hey, let's go to Bojangles in the convention center, I'd also probably say yes. I mean, I like Bojangles. What can I say? Yeah, then I actually ordered like the regular version. I was like, holy shit, this is so much better. There's actually, like, flavor on this chicken now. Yeah, another thing that I don't understand, a lot of people really like sucking Chick-fil-A's dick. And absolutely love Chick-fil-A. I don't get it. I don't like Chick-fil-A very much. I think they're fine, but I don't really like Chick-fil-A very much. I would much rather go to Bojangles. I'd much rather go to Popeyes. I don't like the whole not open on a Sunday thing. I want them to be open. I want food on Sundays. I don't like the fact that, like, Chick-fil-A's owners are homophobic and, like, donate to homophobic organizations. Or at least had in the past. No, I don't fuck with Chick-fil-A. They do have a nice honey roasted, honey roasted, is it a barbecue sauce or a mustard sauce? I think it's honey roasted barbecue sauce. That thing's pretty good. Wait, really, they do that? It was a whole thing a couple years ago where Chick-fil-A, like, donated to homophobic organizations. Chick-fil-A's whole fucking thing is being religious. That's, like, where Chick-fil-A's identity stops and starts, is that they're religious. I mean, hell, they're not open on Sundays. Religious organizations and homophobia kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, the owner's homophobic, but hit it because they're PR team. Yeah, I'll never, like, elect to go to Chick-fil-A, but if somebody else is going, sure, I mean, it's food. Why base your business model around that? Well, if you're down in the religious parts of the South, they take religion very, very, very seriously. It's not called the... It's called the Bible Belt for a reason. It honestly probably leads to a part of why Chick-fil-A is so popular. Yeah, their chicken's just mid. It's not that great. I don't think Chick-fil-A exists outside the US. Yeah, their greatest crime isn't like the homophobia or whatever. It's just the fact that their chicken is kind of mid. They also have waffle fries. I'm not a big fan of waffle fries. A good waffle fry is at best fine. And a bad waffle fry, I think, is much worse than a bad fry in most other forms. And I've had a lot of bad waffle fries from Chick-fil-A. I've had a couple good ones. And then, like, they're fine, but... You know, it's no Bojangles fry. Bojangles got some damn good fries. How different are waffle fries than regular fries? They're very thick, and, I mean, you can just look at a picture of a waffle fry compared to a regular fry, right? I mean, they're... they cook very differently. That's how I would describe it. Alright, do I have a bed? I don't think I ever made a bed. No, I must have made a bed. Somewhere. Where did I put my bed? Dungeon? I think my bed's at the dungeon. I'll just make a new bed. I think I was sleeping for Skeletron. Sorry for the delay. My siblings needed you, but here's the accessory. That's cool and all. I'm just kind of level with you, though. I don't really care that much about the effectiveness of the Piranha Gun. I'm not one to care that much about, like, weapon rankings and DPS tests and stuff, so... you are your mom and sister? What? God, that's a hell of a family tree. You're your mom and sister. How the fuck does that work? You go back in time? You even know what people are talking about since you're from India. Yeah, your mom and sister like Chick-fil-A, but you would never choose to go there. You like most places more, live in the Midwest. Yeah. I will say, I would take Chick-fil-A over KFC. I don't like KFC. KFC's like the worst of the chicken restaurants. You were just defending your favorite gun, you got muted several times for it? I have not muted you for talking about the Piranha gun. Well, KFC isn't great anyway. Anywhere. KFC kind of sucks. Even in places where KFC is, like, well known for being cool or interesting. KFC Japan? KFC Japan sucks, dude. I got KFC Japan twice. Neither time was it good. Not me and mean Discord servers. Oh, okay. Alright. It's much easier for me to place rope than torches because I have a lot of rope and I don't have a lot of torches. I'm gonna have to buy more rope though, because just the amount of asphalt that I placed down. Colonel Sanders called KFC curry wallpaper paste. I've never desired a curry from KFC, but I'll take his word for it. Had Burger King once and got sick. Yeah, I feel like in general, the more mainstream / well-known chains tend to not be great. The more locations a place has, or the more, like, internationally famous it is. Thought Burger King shut down? No. No. Burger King's still plenty of Burger King locations. You can tolerate Oh, I hate Subway. Subway sucks. Subway is the worst sandwich shop. The only time I would go to Subway is when there are, like, literally no other options. Like, I'm sitting in an airport. And there's, like, one fast food place nearby or gambling on, like, the more overpriced airport food. And even then, I don't know, I still might just take whatever snacks I packed or just bank on the in-flight meals. Your opinion, best chicken tenders are Culver's? I've never had Culver's. Subway is the only sandwich place around here? I'd rather just get, like, sliced deli meats or something, man. Subway sucks, and Subway's super expensive, too. You know, it used to be a decent bargain, back when they had pedophiles as their PR campaign, but ever since then, like, their prices have really skyrocketed. It's, like, the price of just getting a sandwich at a regular place. Yeah, Jared from Subway. Subway had this whole campaign where they had a guy, Jared, whose whole thing was that he, like, ate Subway and got fit. And so they made him, like, their spokesman. Except it turns out Jared was, like, a huge fucking pedophile. And used his position at Subway to, like, abuse children. Yeah, he had a comic with DC, yeah. Yeah, that was a bad PR moment for Subway. They picked, like, the worst fucking person. Yeah, it was a big thing. When was that? Like a decade and a half ago? Was it 2000s or was it early 2010s? I don't remember. I think it was 2000s. KFC is good in the Middle East. I've never had Middle Eastern KFC. I'll take your word for it, I guess. Oh, I haven't been to a McDonald's in ages. I hate McDonald's. McDonald's is the type of place that if somebody else is going, even if they're paying, there's a good chance I still wouldn't get anything. Maybe like some fries. What do I like? I mean, there's plenty of fast food places that I like Bojangles. I don't dislike Chick-fil-A. If somebody else is paying, like, I'll get it, but I won't choose to go there. There are some regional chains that probably get me doxxed for saying, so we'll ignore those ones. Popeyes is good, but Popeyes is very expensive. Howdy's is good. If you're on the West Coast, Carl's Jr. Had Popeye's chicken sandwich. It's a good sandwich. As far as like fast food pizza places, I wouldn't say that I particularly love any of the fast food pizza places, but I find them all serviceable. You know, Papa John's, Domino's, Pizza Hut. Usually, if I have a good deal at one of them, like one of the, you know, buy one, get one free pizzas or whatever, maybe I'll get some. But I'm not going to pay full price for pizzas from there. Pizza Hut's your favorite pizza chain? I usually just go with whichever one's nearby. I haven't lived near a Pizza Hut in a while, so I don't get Pizza Hut very often. I'll be real, I could not really tell you much of a difference between Domino's, Papa John's, and Pizza Hut. Like, they all serve pizza. Their pizza's not that dissimilar in quality. I think it largely comes down to the location you're at than the chain inherently. And for me, it just, you know, whichever one's cheapest, I'll go with. Like, DiGiorno's around the Chicago area? Wait, DiGiorno's has a restaurant? And not just a frozen pizza chain? Or is that like a specific local restaurant? You'd rather make your own pizza blindfold than order a pre-made pizza again? Huh? Pre-made pizza? Are you talking like from a restaurant? Are you talking like a frozen pizza? Are you talking like one of the refrigerated pizzas you get from a grocery store and put it in the oven? Drink water. Water's good for you. That's my tip. Yeah, let me put down a chunk of torches so I know when I'm coming up on the end of this and need to recall. Restaurant? Your experience was that bad? Electric dog pound pizza because the large pan pizzas are like 25 euros? Like 30 bucks USD? Jeez. That's more than if I went to the expensive restaurant nearby and ordered a large pizza with toppings. And if oil made you throw up. I mean, not all pizza restaurants are the same. You know, I make pizza sometimes, and I've made some pretty good pizzas, but I can't get anywhere near, like, restaurant quality pizza. You know, I think, with coupons and stuff, I think you usually work out to, like, 10 bucks a pizza from, like, the chains. And then from, like, actual pizza restaurants, I think you're usually looking at, like, upper end of the teens for a large pizza. Sometimes they'll have specials. I used to live next to a place in college that had, large pizzas on Sundays for $10. Large cheese pizzas. Usually get one of those every week. Oh, this is probably enough ammo. Let me... make a bunch of heart lanterns to line this place. Okay, well, in case of emergency, let's move the nurse in here. Yeah, overall, I don't really go out to eat that much, though. Even when I do... Yeah, I usually make dough. I don't buy dough. But a lot of places do sell pizza dough. Who buys dough? I mean, places sell dough, so clearly people buy it. Pretty much any grocery store that I've been to, at least, will have pizza dough. Refrigerated pizza dough you could buy. I imagine bakeries would sell it too. Then they have the pre-made crust. Those things are awful. They're like no-rise, like bobbly, pre-made crusts. I used to eat those. My dad used to get those as a kid and like make pizza with pizza sauce at home. And God, they were so bad. Got here, why is the floor full of rope? Preparation for tying up the Moonlord. Gotta bring plenty of him, he's a big guy. Okay, well, just on the off chance, let me go ahead and... Thought I only had eyes for the cultists? No, we broke up after that whole 9/11 thing. You hate the way I organize my hotbar? Why? What's wrong with my hotbar? Who puts weapon in last? Okay, you say weapon in last, however, 0 is right next to 1, is it not? 0 is as close to 1 as 2 is. Would you put a weapon in 2? If you put a weapon in 2, what's wrong with putting a weapon in 0? Huh? Yeah, 0 comes before 1. It's better than 1. It's the original, the OG. Look, I think it's very telling, Reezy, that you're making fun of something you don't understand. Okay, not all of us are gifted with the intelligence of understanding my strategical thinking, and you don't have to out yourself as not understanding. Okay. You're bad for outing yourself as being normal? Alright, dogpile on him. Ban that guy. Get him out of here. hell did I just get money from? Where did I get a gold from? What? It was on the floor. Yeah, but why? Did I... This must be where I killed that wyvern. Yep. Give me those souls. Okay. I think this should be enough. Not a shift click person. I'll press shift click sometimes, but the problem with shift click is you have to like aim at what you want to do, and then you have to hold down shift, and you know, not the most convenient. Okay, let's finish our prep for Moonlord. Let's see. I should make extra potions. That's plenty. And then... I don't know how long this fight's gonna be, so I'm as prepared as I can. 15 should be plenty. I don't need Shine or Night Owl, or... I don't think I really need anything else. I guess Swiftness might come in handy. I have to go plant more pumpkins. I don't want to plant more pumpkins. We have enough time. They'll grow. It's just inconvenient. With the Water of Discord is balanced. I don't think Terraria concerns itself that strictly with balance of items like that. Is it a balanced item? No, it's basically always better to have it than to not have it, and it's very powerful, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. Yeah, the rope is to break the sand. Let me give this guy a hole in his neck. Natural numbers is an arbitrary category, and 1 being older than 0 is completely irrelevant, and 0 should not be after 9, maybe unless you're an accountant or something. Actually, Temp, I'm looking at my keyboard right now, and 0 is after 9. What do you say about that one? I'm looking at my hotbar right now, and 0 is after 9. You know what comes after 9 p.m.? 10. Then 11. Then 0. Oh, that's a gold bunny. Hold on, where is that? I see Pop-Tart. There he is. Okay. I could use this gold bunny to get 48 minutes of golden delight. I could, but I'm not going to. Okay, how many reforges I want to do? I'm still using magic. Did I sell it? Sell what? No, I'm ethically opposed to the capture of wild animals for selling the pet trade. I think that's reckless and irresponsible, and anyone who does that should be ashamed of themselves. I would never. I would never. Am I sure Madra is worth using? I mean, what the hell else am I going to use? Shackle? Band of Regen? Madra Luminescence is fine. Gives me light. Frog leg? Nah, I got a balloon. Okay, yeah, I've got buffs down. Got recall stuff. Got damage. I think we just go kill Nebula Pillar. I can't think of much else to do. I'll make sure before I kill the pillar to collect these pumpkins and make some more pumpkin pies, but... Yeah, Imperial measurements come from, the British. Oh, that's a mimic. Oh, actually, I could make a, Charm of Myths. I'd be fine with that over Magiluminescence. I don't think Americans call them freedom units. I think that's something that other people generally call them to make fun of Americans for using them. I don't know any American person who calls them freedom units. I mean, I'm sure somebody does, surely, but... Oh, warding immediately. I mean, it's hard to make generalizations about things like that. But I've only heard it from, non-Americans. I saw that, Joffrey. I mean, I feel like the answer is Reforges, seeing as I made an entire video on Reforges, which you saw, and indicated that you saw. To then bring up and ask, like, yeah, I want Reforges changed. I want Deerclops changed. The stuff I've made videos on talking about how I'd like to see them changed. Oh god, it's in the jungle too? Oh. It's gonna suck. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to take this slowly, pulling stuff off to the side one at a time. I should put a spawn point over here. This is going to be a really long fight. What do you think about amphibian boots? Are they better than Terraspokes? Context matters. They're better in some ways, worse in other ways. In terms of strictly giving you mobility for the sake of dodging bosses, yes, amphibian are better. They give you a bonus to your ascension speed, which Terraspokes don't do. They only give you a bonus to your flight time. However, there are a lot of other things you want boots for. The max run speed is faster on Terraspokes. Terraspokes allow you to not have to care about liquids, which is really nice. It also allows you to utilize lava in arena building to shut off spawns. And otherwise just generally use lava safely. They're very convenient for quality of life purposes. It depends what you want your boots to do. Generally, I never make amphibian boots because I can't be bothered to fish. They also... their purpose is served by a balloon, which has a very similar bonus to your ascension speed. And I'll rather just use a balloon. You can use both of them, but both of them feel superfluous, and I'd rather have the extra jump bundled on top of a balloon than just the bonus from the boots. And the extra flight time isn't meaningless. It's not a whole lot, but it can come in handy. Evolution Beast is gonna suck. Damn, they do not stop. Jeez. Guess I have to deal knockback to stop them. Yeah, there's not a clear-cut one boot is inherently better than the other. Context dependent. Oh, these evolution beasts suck. Evolution Beast is one of the first ones I would pick for most annoying enemies in the game. I hate their attack. The cauliflower thing they spit out. They're very tanky. They're very mobile. They go through blocks with their attack. Use amphibian boots in multiplayer since you definitely won't get materials for 4+ people. I'm even less inclined to fish in multiplayer, so I'm even less inclined for that. I mean, I'm just using Frostbroke boots right now, which mechanically are effectively Terraspokes, mobility-wise. You know what? I would rather go do anything else than fight a Nebula floater with Sandgun. I didn't set my spawn point to that bed. You think Terraria had a mandatory boss between Golem and Cultist? No. That's already like the worst part of the game. It doesn't need to be dragged out even more. And Nebula Floater is pretty bad too. Traveling merchant. That's a bird. Go check what that traveling merchant is. Oh, a pet. What would I like to change about Terraria? Fix this bug where NPCs clump up on each other. Come on. Nothing. Would have been, like, I wouldn't have minded getting, like, a DPS meter. I think it could have been cool to have. Can you say that you like Queen Slime fight? No. That's a bannable offense. How long do you think the Moonlord fight will be? Well, you saw how long it took to deal 3,000 damage to that Nebula Floater. However much HP they have. Moonlord's gonna have 270,000 HP, roughly. An hour, maybe? Honestly, I would rather have Nebula Floaters than fucking Evolution Beasts. I hate these. I hate how hard it is to see that projectile in the day. I go through blocks, and there are 2 of them. The leaves just reached the Path of Pain? Well, good luck. I'm going to do the Path of Pain on a dance pad. You can get slime veins during the pillars? That's bullshit. I don't remember that. I thought events were blocked. Why can you get slime vein during the pillar? Can I not set my spawn? Maybe I'll unset my spawn. For some reason, slime rain can't occur in any event except the pillars. No slime rain and frost legion, but slime rain and pillars are okay. Something about your friends getting off? Oh, the bus. The bus. The bus. The bus. Slime Rain is annoying as hell, unskippable with the whole ass boss. Yeah, the bright side, they're normally pretty rare. Holy shit, an enemy the Sandgun's actually effective against? Never thought the day would come again. Honestly, I'd rather have Slimy Saddle than Black Spot at this point. At least for right now. Okay, now can I go finish off the Nebula Pillar? Yeah, Slimy Saddle's really nice. I think 30 minutes would be... I'd consider that to be pretty fast. I don't think it's going to take 30 minutes. I think we're going to be in for a longer time than that. We probably still have like an hour of build-up just killing this pillar. Did they open that door? Did she open that door? Do I keep forgetting to set my... I think I keep forgetting to set my spawn. And I'm not really sure how the moonboat's gonna go. We'll see when we get there. Okay. Let me actually set my spawn this time. They opened it? Stop giving me the floaters. Once we kill him, that'll be 10% of the pillar. Shout out to back when these guys had no cooldown after teleporting, when they could attack. Please go inside, Nurse. Yeah, as I mispawn. Please, please, give me suck brain guy. No! Give me suck brain guy! Which pillar enemy do you think is the most annoying? The one... Whichever one I'm currently dealing with. Oh, what's this? An enemy I can actually kill reasonably and quickly in the Nebula pillar? Oh, what's this? A fucking homing cauliflower of death? Honestly, I don't even think it's worth killing these Nebula floaters. I think my most effective way of dealing with this pillar is just running in, hoping that I spawn a wave of brain sucklers, running out, killing them, teleporting away, and then just looping that. Because this takes ages and gets me one kill. Honestly, you know, dying here, optimal. Dying keeps these enemies spawned in because my spawn is right there and it gets rid of the the Nebula floater. It's called strategy. Thank God there's the one reasonable employee at Relogic who added the brain suckler to the mob pool. Well, the predictors aren't that bad. They're a bit annoying, but at least they're killable. Come on. Come on. Something that's not okay. Deal with you. I should just go in, get lots of brain sucklers, and die next to spawn? Well, I don't need to die. The dying part's not necessary. I can just live. One. Problem is, the other enemies nearby are eating up spawn slots before I get started. Storm divers are a bit annoying. I'd say they're the most annoying enemy in the Vortex pillar. Okay, okay. Somebody shoot that dog. I want that dog shot. What's special about the Sandgun? It is a gun that shoots sand. As you can see, there's sand everywhere. It shoots sand. It's an early game weapon, and it's a bit of a meme weapon. It's kind of the relevancy of it. A lot of people make jokes about the Sandgun. It's pretty clunky to use on account of placing sand everywhere. It basically just shoots a block of sand. I have my arena set up so that sand blocks don't get placed. If there's something in the way of it getting placed, here I have torches. It'll stop it from building up. Which is what's making this tolerable. And then past that, it's decent enough. I mean, this is a pre-boss weapon. All it takes is illegal gunpowder, 10 antlion minerals, and 5 topaz. And it's not doing well against the pillars, but I would say it's holding its own against the pillars. It is killing them. It's taking hours, but it... I need to despawn on those guys. No, they teleport to follow me. I just keep getting worse and worse enemies. Amazing for a pre-boss weapon? Yeah, for a pre-boss weapon, it's very, very good. Potentially the best pre-boss weapon, not including exploits or unintended behaviors allowing you to get meteorite or like dungeon loot. I can't... The only thing that I think would even, you know, compete is like the demon scythe, and I think this is better than a demon scythe. Star Cannon, like I said, not counting exploits or unintended behaviors that allow you to get meteorite pre-boss. What do you Sandgun in a normal playthrough? Yeah, pre-boss, not pre-hard mode. This is not the best weapon pre-hard mode, not even close, but... Where are all my brain sucklers at? Suck me! Okay, there's one. Yeah, no, I would gladly take like a Phoenix Blaster over this any day of the week. If we're just counting pre-hard mode weapons. I have too much brain power. It's poison to the brain sucklers. It's like how Fry in Futurama has a brainwave The delta brainwave that the giant brains can't comprehend and makes their powers not work on him. It's like that. I feel like making every pillar a short mini-boss would be 10 times better. That just turns the endgame into a boss rush. Lunatic Cultist into 4... Like, basically 5 mini-bosses, because Lunatic Cultist isn't really that impressive of a boss anyway. Just to fight the Moonlord once. You die to the Moonlord, here's the 5 bosses to fight again, to summon him again. If you're doing pillars with on-tier items, they're not that bad. Like, the reason we're having trouble here is more because we're using a Sandgun than because the pillars are inherently problematic. Dude, suck me? What do you... Get over here. Get over here and suck me. Get... What do you... Stop it. Oh, you're still alive. Alright, we're getting there. It's literally the enemy's name. They're the brain sucker. They suck brains. That's their goal. That's their objective. That's what they are. If their name was the brain shooter, I'd be asking them to shoot me. If their name was the brain nailer, I'd be going nail me, you know? I might go tear up another, maybe like the ocean, before I kill the Moonlord. I really want to make sure we have enough sand. Yeah, I'm not doing that. No, I would kill Nebula first, or get it just on the verge of being killed, and then go do that. I was wondering if Shroomite stealth was causing the brain sucklers to not aggro when they're at a distance, but I think it only gives you an aggro reduction when you're in stealth, as opposed to just on the pieces inherently. Cauliflower killed me. It didn't deal the final blow, but there was a cauliflower sitting there, I think, that dealt damage to me. Well, dying gets rid of the incredibly annoying Nebula enemies, so I am fine with it. I think Terra Prisma should be buffed. I think the Terra Prisma is fine. It's a post-Plantera weapon, keep in mind. A difficult one to obtain, but a post-Plantera weapon competing with the endgame summoning weapon is good. And it's really like with Firecracker against bosses that the Stardust Dragon competes. I'm pretty sure in most other situations the Terra Prisma is better. Not to mention the fact that the Terra Prisma actually has good AI. And the dragon has god-awful AI. The Terra Prisma is better. I would say the Terra Prisma is better than the dragon, except Dragon Firecracker on bosses where it can stack up the really strong damage numbers. And even then, the Terra Prisma is probably going to be more consistent. But the range is awful on Terra... The range is not that bad on the Terra Prisma. It should be just good enough to be objectively the best summon in the game. I disagree. I don't think it needs to be objectively the best summon in the game. It's not like some uber powerful summon. It's a summon you get for completing a particular challenge on a difficult boss. Oh, 3 immediately. That's great. Isn't it like the 3rd stream? Oh, it's the 4th, but... yeah, it's been pretty fast. Go through blocks. Alright, we're almost halfway there. Which means we're almost 7/8 of the way there, because it's the last pillar. When you think about it. Which NPC is the most overpowered? NPC, like in their function, in terms of like the damage they deal with their weapon? I think the Truffle is the like strongest NPC in terms of their combat capabilities. Maybe Princess behind him. I don't remember how the Truffle works exactly because I don't get the Truffle that often. If you mean just in their functionality, I mean, I think Goblin Tinkerer is objectively the strongest NPC in the game, just by virtue of how it interacts with your ability to do your build, followed by probably the Nurse. Yeah, and if you want to talk about range, you gotta use the Firecracker with the dragon for it to, like, really perform well. The Firecracker has shit range. It's not long range. You can't diss the Terra Prisma for having bad range and then say you should use the Dragon with the Firecracker instead, because then you're inherently using something that gimps your range. Stylish scissors are good when you wielded by the player. Yeah, they're pretty fast, right? Thoughts on Jason's Terraria guide? It's fine. It shows things that are powerful for that stage of the game. Yeah, the most whip mods add mostly firecrackers. But stuff that gives, like, multiplicative bonuses. I don't play Modern Terraria much. Mechanic is pretty underrated. Good drop. I don't know about that one. I have never seen the I have never felt that the combat wrench, anytime I've used the combat wrench, used it and felt, wow, this is good for a post-Skeletron weapon that was inconvenient to get. Thoughts on Calamity on high-end phones? I don't know. 1, I don't play mobile Terraria. 2, I don't play Calamity mod. 3, that's just a really weird question. Pretty sure I've tried to use Combat Wrench on the Wall of Flesh. I think maybe during the underrated weapons run. I don't remember. Or forgettable weapons. And found it to be very, very bad. Calamity mod is coming out on new Trump phones. Is Trump selling phones now? His new scheme. You didn't use it for bosses, just for general use. I could maybe see that. Why'd you go down there? We'll rip my 2 kills, I guess. I can finish these guys off. I can take it. It's a Nebula enemy death count. We've killed like 50 of them. Wasn't there already a Patriot phone grift like 5 years ago? I wouldn't be surprised. Why is the Phoenix Blast such a popular weapon? It's good. I mean, what... It's consistently obtainable. It's very consistent in function. It's very powerful. It's... Yeah, I mean, you can reasonably use it in early hard mode. It's easy to get. It works well. It feels nice to use. It's just good. Has a nice shooting sound. Has a nice tempo. How do you get your hearts yellow? You use life fruit after killing a mechanical boss. It'll grow in the jungle. It's just a plant. Each life fruit gives you +5 max HP and turns one of your hearts yellow. You get 20 life fruit, you get to 500 max HP instead of 400. Bows are better at the post-Skeletron stage of the game. Okay. Molten Fury is not better than a Phoenix Blaster. Hellwing Bow is better than a Phoenix Blaster on the Wall of Flesh. It is not better in hard mode except on the Destroyer. Keep in mind Exploding Bullets exist, and Exploding Bullets are much better than Hellfire Arrows, along with... well, not along with anything. Exploding Bullets are just way better than Hellfire Arrows. In pre-hard mode, the Hellwing Bow will out-DPS the Phoenix Blaster on the Wall of Flesh, but it's more awkward to use. And is not nearly as good for regular actual enemies. The Phoenix Blaster excels at both. Exploding Bullets are post-1 mech? No, they're not. Exploding Bullets are pre-mech. They're sold as soon as you get into hard mode. You buy empty bullet cases from the arms dealer, and you buy explosive powder from the demolitionist. You don't have to kill any mech bosses. That's why the Phoenix Blaster is good, is because you can get Exploding Bullets immediately, and you have extremely high knockback with a high rate of fire that's able to crowd control anything. Yeah, we're not talking high velocity bullets. It'll shred through wyverns, it'll stun lock anything in the game, basically, if it takes knockback. If it takes knockback, an Exploding Bullet with a Phoenix Blaster will probably stun lock it. Gives you incredible crowd control for everything, it's incredibly accurate, it does good damage, it's just, on every account, good. Is it incredible? Is it better than the hard mode options? Not typically. But it's also something you bring into hard mode with you. I mean, I've multiple times, very reasonably, just like, first night of hard mode, walked up with a Gravitation Potion and Phoenix Blaster and just, like, killed the twins like that. Or Skeletron Prime. It's a bit tougher with the Destroyer. But it's doable. But yeah, Night 1 Gravitation Potion into twins is a totally reasonable play in hard mode. With the Phoenix Blaster. What do you think about Titanium/Adamantite repeaters? They're fine. I wouldn't typically go for them unless I was really struggling for some other option. I mean, I'd be fine just using like a Phoenix Blaster. Or a Clockwork Assault Rifle. Or something else. But they're a solid pick. They work. They're easy to get. They're nice for multiplayer games. A nice backup option to get for people. I've used them before. They work. I feel like they epitomize the concept of getting the job done. Are they the best option? No. Are they good enough? Yeah, they'll get the job done. Doing a Master Mode bows only run next, and you're finally in Post-Planetary, it's a good bow for the next bosses. Going for Duke Fishron to get a Tsunami with a Chlorophyte Shot Bow is probably your best bet. It's a little awkward going from the transition of Chlorophyte Shot Bow to the bows from the 3 bosses, the very good late hard mode ones. Stake Launcher is also a bow, but then you have to do Pumpkin Moon for it. I'd probably go for Fishron with a shot bow. Pulse Bow's got to be your best option. You got to get the Pulse Bow to be sold. It's not common. I'd rather just take the Surefire thing of going for Duke Fishron kills for a Tsunami. There's a Brain Suckler banner. Technically, you get the Aerial Bane already. Have they killed Golem? They were post-Planetara. They couldn't get the Aerial Bane. Aerial Bane's post-Golem. They could get Phantom Phoenix, I guess, but Phantom Phoenix I don't think is better than a Shotbow. I tried it and was kind of underwhelmed by it during my last playthrough. Are Fairy Wings better than Frozen Wings? Nope, they were statistically identical. The benefit of Fairy Wings is that Fairy Wings are easier to obtain consistently as you just go kill fairies, or kill pixies. You gotta get 1 in 3 drop from ice golems, who aren't the most common enemy. You have to it needs to be raining. They usually take a while to kill with early hard mode stuff, so you won't always get a feather to drop. Whereas Fairy Wings are the surefire thing. But it is faster to get Frozen Wings if you get lucky and you have rain immediately. You go kill a golem, he drops a feather. Or if you're going to kill a golem anyway, like you're getting frost armor or a cool whip and you happen to get a feather to drop, great, there's your wings. I think wings providing a lighting effect is pretty useless. I don't take it into consideration very much. Come on. Oh, 4,000. They have 4,000 HP. Of course they do. How do you think Red could add more exploration in the endgame progression scene? I don't think Red should add more exploration to the endgame progression scene. I think ideas like that would be better suited for a new game that doesn't have to cram more stuff into Terraria's framework. The problem is adding more stuff is just putting a lot onto an old game where the major points are already established. And I think the freedom of working in a new game or putting those ideas to something new would be better. Because Terraria already has a lot of number blow. It has a lot of things working against endgame progression and exploration, and I don't think it needs more. I'd like to once more express my dislike of this enemy. Time said they're the most manly wings. What are you talking about? Fairy wings? You have a purple orb as a light pet, and that gives a kind of useful purple light. I have a purple orb as a light pet because it dropped. I don't think it's really been that useful. Good for early mining, though, if you stop to get wings. I mean, if I'm mining early, I'm usually doing it with, like, Spelunker anyway. And, like, I can just get a Shine Potion. I probably have a Magiluminescence. If I could drink a Flask to make me give off light when mining. It really feels like a non-factor. What is the point of a warmth potion? Warmth potions are very good at 2 points in the game, Frost Moon and Deerclops. They will be a significant benefit against those two things. Otherwise, they don't do a whole lot. You could use them if you're concerned when fighting like an ice golem or digging in the underground snow biome, but it's not really worth getting them there. But they're very effective on Frost Moon, and they're very effective on Deerclops. Yeah. Taking 30% off from the damage in Frost Moon is wonderful, because Frost Moon deals a lot of damage and has a lot of very annoying projectiles. It won't affect everything. It mainly affects Flocko, Ice Queen, maybe Everscream. It doesn't affect Santa or the things that shoot guns. But Ice Queen alone, hey, 30%'s a lot. And it's also very good for Deerclops. It's strong on Deerclops. Yeah, it's 30% damage reduction against cold enemies. Now, what a cold enemy is a little bit arbitrary. is mostly stuff related to the snow biome, frost moon, or Deerclops. And the thing about the warmth potion that makes it nice is that the warmth potion applies before defense, not after. If I'm remembering correctly. I think it's this. There's one source of damage reduction that applies before defense. I think it's the warmth potion. Well, banners, but those don't count. Those are a different thing. Yeah, applying before defense makes it even more effective when combined with defense. Because normally, if you're taking a, let's say, 200 damage attack, you got 50 defense. If you were to have damage reduction apply after defense, you'd get reduced for 50 for the defense. Let's say you're on master mode. So you'd go from 200 to 150 damage, and then take 30% of that, which is 40 somewhat 40 something. And you'd end up taking like a little over 100 damage. If it applied before defense, you would take 60% or 60 damage off, because 30% of 200 is 60. And then take 50 off of that. So you'd go to 140, then take 50 off, you'd go to 90. Which gets you another 20 points of damage. That damage doesn't quite sound right. Maybe like 10 something. But the point is, it's more effective. And the more defense you have, the more effective that gets. Let's say at 100 defense, let's make an easier number. Let's say you're taking 200 damage and you've got 100 defense. You'd go down, if it applied after defense. Come on. It's too busy getting sucked. Right. 200 damage. You have 100 defense. Most damage reduction would apply after defense. So if you have 30%, you would go to 100, take 30% off. That's 30. You'd go to 70 damage. If it applied before defense, you'd take 60, go to 140, then take 100 off that, which would put you down to 40 damage taken. Which is a 30 difference in the effective damage taken. And then, of course, you can use regular damage reduction on top of it, and it'll get even more effective. It's the more powerful way of using it. How's the Sandgun doing this much damage on master mode pillar enemies? Well, for the Brain Suckler, I have a banner, so it's doing twice as much damage as it would have otherwise. Brain Sucklers also don't have very much HP. They only have about 1,000. And I have Shrewmite Stealth here. I think my Sandgun's damage is around 50. Yeah. 50 range damage, 49 because I get -1 for sand, but then +4 because pearl sand, so 54 damage. With a solid crit chance, and then double the damage because of the banner. So it takes about 10 shots to kill a Brain Suckler in that range. Over against... If I can lead all these guys over here. Only one. I don't want to spend my sand killing one evolution beast. This weapon is pre-boss baffles you. It's very good for a pre-boss weapon. Like I said, its stats compare to a Phoenix Blaster in terms of its raw damage and its rate of fire. It was very good against the mechs. It took like a couple minutes to kill him. I think a little after midnight for each of the mech bosses is when they died. But yeah, this is what it's doing on an enemy that we do not have a banner for and has more HP. And I think more defense. It's a lot slower. There's the caveat of placing sand everywhere. Yeah. Still not done? Nope, we're still doing the Nebula Pillar. It's a bit slow doing the Nebula Pillar, unfortunately. Check that Traveling Merchant after this. Is the banner the only reason I'm exclusively targeting brain sucklers? I'm exclusively targeting brain sucklers because they have 1,000 HP and are easy to kill, whereas evolution beasts have 2,500 and are very annoying to kill, and nebula floaters have like 4,000. They're the weakest enemy and the easiest to kill, and it's not really worth spending my time trying to kill the other ones. You have the Knight's Edge right now, and you can defeat any of the mechanical bosses with it. You don't know what to do, what weapons... You mean you can't defeat them? Do you want to use melee weapons? Do you want to use ranged weapons? If you want to use... So my default suggestion, if you're struggling with the mech bosses, would probably be to try to get a weapon from a biomimic. The Daedalus Stormbow or the Dart Pistol or Rifle are both very good. If you have an idea of which mechanical boss you want to defeat, a Sitting Duck's Fishing Pole. That can make things a little easier. If you don't care about the class of the weapon, I think the dart weapons from evil biomimics are very good. The Stormbow, also very good. You can get a high tier ore repeater like titanium or adamantite. That's a solid pick. You could go for like an Uzi from an angry trapper in the jungle. I wouldn't suggest that one as much though. If you want melee weapons, I would go for a Shadow Flame Knife from the Goblin Invasion or Banana Rangs from Clouds in a Blood Moon. You can also go for the Drippler Crippler from Blood Eels. It's a flail that will be very effective against the Destroyer. If you kill the Destroyer first, you can get the Mega Shark from the Destroyer, which is really good for taking out the other two mech bosses. Getting something with really strong piercing, like the Drippler Crippler or Dow of Pow or some other flail. Shredding the Destroyer, getting Souls of Might, getting a Mega Shark. It's a pretty solid opening line for hard mode. Let's start with Nimbus Rod. Nimbus Rod was nerfed to no longer have infinite piercing. It's not the anti-destroyer weapon that it used to be. It's still good in the destroyer, but it's keep in mind it no longer has infinite piercing. I would rather use a flail than Fetid Bagnax for the destroyer. Fetid Bagnax you have to get very close for. Would the Core Whip work good? On the destroyer, not really. The problem is the Core Whip's damage itself. Whips lose damage the more enemies they hit, whereas flails don't. If you wanted to use something like that, I would recommend making a Dower of Pow, which takes, I think, 7 of each soul, Soul of Night and Soul of Light, and then 1 of each shard from mummies in a hollowed and corrupt desert. So kill dark mummies and hollowed mummies. And then that gives you a weapon with 100 base damage that... I'm gonna have to kill this guy. 100 base damage, infinite piercing within its range, and no damage drop off. You can also, if you have a Blood Moon, fish up Blood Eels. I'd recommend a Sonar Potion so you don't fish up the other enemies. And get a Drippler Crippler, which just is like the Dower of Pow, but it deals more damage and fires a projectile. Yeah, you could also get Light Discs from the Destroyer. Going for the Destroyer first to get a better weapon is a good option. Because he's usually, if you get a good piercing weapon, not too hard to kill. And, okay, 4 of them. 5 of them. And he gives access to Light Discs and the Mega Shark, both of which are very respectable options. 6 of them. This is where all the suckers are. Drippler Crippler needs a nerf? I don't think Drippler Crippler needs a nerf. I will say, regarding Blood Moon weapons, I do think the Blood Thorn needs a buff. It's really bad. Icicle is also decent. I wouldn't use an icicle on the mech bosses unless I had to. Blood Rainbow is underused because of how you get it. It's just... Blood Rainbow's in an awkward spot where it's not really strong enough to go out of my way for. And Blood Moons aren't always the most consistent to get. Blood Moon fishing is something that you need to go out of your way for. Like, you need to be ready to do it when a Blood Moon happens, or you need to happen to have already had a Blood Moon, had a Bloody Tear drop, and then use that for the sake of fishing. You don't just get them incidentally. So there usually needs to be something that you want to get out of it. And the Blood Rainbow isn't really strong enough for me to want to get it. Plus the orbos are easy to get and good, yeah. Or guns, musket, mini shark, boomstick. Ranger's got a lot of really good options. We're almost done with Nebula. Blood Rainbow is an obstacle in the way of getting the Vampire Vortex up. Blood Rainbow good for Eater of Worlds? No, the Blood Rainbow doesn't have piercing, so it's not good for Eater of Worlds. I would recommend using literally any other bow with Jester's arrows over the Blood Rainbow. The problem is the Blood Rainbow overrides the arrow type. And you really want a special arrow type if using a bow on the Eater of Worlds, because the piercing is really important. And I definitely recommend a bow with piercing over like a mini shark with meteor bullets. It's tough to get meteor bullets before the Eater of Worlds on account of needing to find them randomly in chests in the bottom of the world. And then even if you do find them, it's only going to pierce once per shot, and the piercing you get from bows. Jester's arrows have infinite piercing within their range, although they get damage drop-off, so after a couple shots, they're only dealing one per hit. And then unholy arrows, which are going to be tough to get, but you could craft with cactus. Wait, no, worm's teeth. I'm thinking of Thorns potions. And you get some to drop from the Eater. Unholy arrows are really good. But you can't buy them until after the evil boss. Molotov Cocktail is good for Eater? Yep. Molotov Cocktail used to be godlike for Eater, then they nerfed it into the ground. Then they removed pink gel from the crafting recipe, so it's a reasonable option again. Nothing in this game has ever been nerfed as severely as Molotov Cocktails. Molotov Cocktails went from, like, the best early game weapon and, like, de facto speedrun strat and just incredibly powerful option to completely useless and nerfed into obsolescence. They literally halved the amount of damage that Molotov Cocktails did, and they added pink gel to their crafting recipe. And pink gel completely destroyed any relevancy that the Molotov Cocktails had. You had to get a rare enemy, kill it, and then you get the ability to make, like, a few Molotov Cocktails. I think one pink gel got you 5. And Molotov cocktails weren't strong enough to be like, oh yeah, let me go try to find Pinky. I get like 30 pink gel. I can make like 150 Molotov cocktails. Wow. However, in 1.4.4, they walked it back and made it so they only took regular gel, which makes them a lot more reasonable to make. So now they're actually a usable weapon. And they're not a great weapon, but they're fine for early game. Okay, 3 more. This is it, you. Okay. Shoot these dogs. How'd you put Marrow, Ice Bow, and Shadow Flame Bow? Shadow Flame Bow is better than the other ones because its arrow actually has a unique and useful effect, which is it pierces, it bounces. Shadow Flame Bow does something. I don't remember exactly what it does, but it does something. The Ice Bow does nothing, and Marrow just attacks quickly, which is kind of whatever. Inflict Shadow Flame. No, doesn't it like pierce or something? Or am I just mixing it up with the Shadow Flame knife? I thought Shadow Flame Bow like pierce. One pierce. Pierces twice. The point is it does something. The Ice Bow does nothing. And the Marrow just shoots fast. Shoot Shadow Flame arrow. Yeah, but Shadow Flame arrows aren't a thing. Like, it's not like that's a type of arrow that you can make. It's a unique projectile for that. And I don't know what the properties of a Shadow Flame arrow are. Honestly, most of the time, I would rather just use like an adamantite or titanium repeater over those 3 because you get special arrow types. And special arrow types are nice. That, and they're not the most consistent to get. Okay. I'm going to do a little more mining. Let me go ahead and tear up this ocean over here. I used about 2,000 sand over the course of that pillar. Let me get a bit back. I'm going to do some mental math. I do, probably with buffs and stuff, 55 damage with my Sandgun would be my guess. Let's call that 60, factoring in crit chance and the damage bonus from bow sound. Moonlord's hands have 40 defense, which means I do 40 damage per shot on the hands, roughly. Head has 50, core has 70, or maybe they all have 40. Core has 70 though, so let's consider core. 35, so I'll do 25 damage a hit on the core. That's not very good. Core's got around 100,000 HP. So it'd take around 4,000 shots on the core. And then... Isn't light better than legendary on pickaxes? Once you pass Orichalcum pickaxe, light and legendary have the same performance. Comes down to number rounding. Okay, so probably about 4,000 for the core. And that leaves the hands and top eye. There's about 170,000 HP between the two of them. I think 50,000 on each hand, about 70,000 on top. 100,000 on the hands, 40 damage per shot. 2,500 shots, roughly. And then top eye, 75k. Let's call it 30 damage a shot. 35 damage a shot. Let's call it 30. I think probably also a little over 2,000. So 10,000 should be enough damage to kill the Moonlord. Assuming we don't have too many issues with healing, but we're also going to miss some shots, and there'll be a little bit of awkwardness. Currently I have 25,000. But that's not all Pearl Sand. Although, I will get my regular sand back on the board. Why Digging Claw specifically? Do I ever use controller except on Digging Claw? I don't understand your question, Nick. Okay, bye, Seal. But yes, it comes down to number rounding, whether light or legendary is better. On the pick saw, and on anything faster than an ore chopping pickaxe. What? No, actually, no, I think it's palladium. I think it's anything faster than palladium, but then ore chalcum murderous is equivalent. I don't remember. Go watch my mining speed video. I actually go over the numbers there. The point is, once you're reaching fast enough speeds to hit a tick speed of 1, then that extra speed isn't necessary. And just the way that the numbers round, light and legendary on a pick saw work out the same. Why'd I name myself Sorbet Cafe? It rhymes. Rhyming is cool. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about as ready as we're going to get. Does the DCU get affected by the mining set? No. No, it has a set speed. I should have a name for you. I have a name for you. It's 1Joffrey_U. Shield went up. That's not good. Okay, come with you. I'm gonna be fighting Moonlord with Black Spot? Oh god, no. I'm just using the black spot for infinite flight above the Nebula pillar to see if I could shoot down, but unfortunately that floating island's a bit too close. Is it not worth getting the Witch Broom with Truffle Mount before I fight Moonlord? They have a way to... I don't need either of them. I don't want to fight Duke Fishron. It's fucking annoying. With a Sandgun. And I sure as hell don't want to do Pumpkin Moon. With a Sandgun? 9 minutes to try to kill a tree for a low drop rate of a broom? Because we're not getting to a high wave. That's a huge waste of time. I'd rather just beat the game. I don't want to keep using this thing. And our damage on Fishron is not good. That boy has a lot of defense. Our shot per hit is not high, and he has a lot of HP, too. I think this positioning is good. Acceleration is too slow to escape the homing whatchamacallit projectiles. They only home in a downward cone. You should be able to go up to avoid them. So no way to apply Ichor that doesn't deal direct damage? Correct. Make some super healing potions. Well, I don't have high hopes about this, but we'll see. What I should do. That. Let's do that. Okay, well, we have the speed with a swiftness potion at least to outrun the tongue. Well, yeah, we outrun it. Okay. Saved me a lot of trouble because that would have been quite annoying if I had to actually... I'd have to fly in the air and use recalls as the next option. Which would be inconvenient. Yeah, Ebon Sand and Pearl Sand work the same. Our damage is fine. Not great, but it's fine. Could have enough buff for the entire fight. I mean, looking at the rate that his HP is going down, it's actually doing pretty well right now. It's gonna slow down a lot in his second phase. Part of it's that we're hitting... Whoops. Okay. Well, I should have... I couldn't tell if I had the damage to... I was distracted talking to chat. To kill them, or if they... I couldn't tell if they died or went back to him on the last hit, because they were one shot from dying and they disappeared on the core. I don't know if it killed them or not. I wasn't paying that much attention. I'm playing really poorly here. Getting hit by a lot of just random projectiles. Okay. I just remember needing to run. Push the health went back up. That's fine. We deal solid enough damage. It'd be a slog trying to out DPS the healing, but we don't have to because we can just avoid it. Oh, I also don't have enough Wrath Potions to last the whole fight. So I will probably be more conservative with them. I think I want to save them for the second part of the fight, because I think they'll be more impactful there. Okay, do we have enough sand? Well, keep in mind, once we swap to regular sand, I will get the sand back. I only lose Ebon Sand, Pearl Sand, and Crim Sand when shooting, because they don't drop as a projectile unless they hit a block, and they're not dropping as a projectile because, well, there aren't any blocks to hit. But if I were to use regular sand, they would... Oh, there's a hammered spot on my asphalt that stopped me from sprinting. Is that what happened there? For some reason, his top eye laser's silent. Hold on. You? Okay. They get caught on the rope? No, no, no. That wasn't the rope. Whoops. I don't know why his top eye is silent. Is it the rain? Is it just my distance from him? Could use ammo preservation stuff? Oh, I forgot to use my ammo box. That's right. Where's my desert? Let's stop by. Probably worth trying to get over there and use the ammo box. I should have some level of ammo reservation just from Shroomite. I don't know how much it is. 20%. I have 20%. Yeah, the real test is always going to be once we hit the second phase. The increased defense of the core, the increased speed of healing, and just the true eyes. Okay, let me just run full speed. I'm going to try to gradually make my way left until I'm above the desert house. We used about 1,000 sand so far, and I'm more than 10% of the way through the fight. Yeah, we'll be fine on ammo. My damage estimates were lowballed a little because I wasn't factoring in crit chance, which is 30%. I think this is the desert here. I should check and see if without Swiftness Potion I still have the speed to outrun the tongue. One more. Wait, past it? Past it. one got off. Two got off. The rope looks eerily similar to the Moonlord's tongue in the lighting and in these conditions. Okay, it's here. Probably wait for the tongue to retract. Back this way. Question is, how can I get... Oops, fucked up there. Oh, I should have waited till I had a potion off cooldown before going in. I messed up getting hit by that death ray trying to position myself. Ah, I don't have the... Well, I don't have the speed... The food buff alone might be enough, or I might need the swiftest potion as well. We'll see. I'll have to check next time the cooldowns come off. I should pay some actual attention though, so I don't, die. I was eating a couple of random hits between going in for the ammo box and my potion buffs wearing off and seeing if I could outrun the tongue. Space myself further left. Yeah, food buff at full speed might be enough. Might not. We'll see. It'll be close either way. And even if it's not fast enough, if I get a running start, it still might be enough. Because even if it's gaining on me, if I have enough space to begin with, then I might be fine. I should go replace that hole in the asphalt that I built before that gets me killed. Where is it? It's quite a bit further to the side. Damn. Damn it, I stopped there. I thought I was closer than I was. I thought it was in that desert, but it was in the next desert over. Whoops. Get a little disoriented. So that I shouldn't worry about ammo box? Yeah, but it's a fun little... It's something to do while we're killing the Moonlord, right? Try to find a way to get to the ammo box. It's a secondary objective. We complete it for a bonus reward. How else am I going to level up in the Terraria Battle Pass unless I complete all my daily objectives? Okay, you might not care about the level 100 skin, but I do. How else am I going to make my friends think that I'm cool? Ah, that's where the hole is. I think this is it. Oh, I can't enter from this side. Why did I build this house like this? Got it. Shout out to all of you naysayers and non-believers. The fight is quicker and slower than you thought. Yeah, it's... I'd rather have a Phoenix Blaster, but it's working. Killing the Moon Lord, it's doing damage. The main downside, I mean, I know I'm comparing this to the Phoenix Blaster a lot. That's because it's a relevant comparison on account of... I'm gonna hatch up this hole. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I only got one heal off of it. That's not too bad. Now... I'm definitely leaning a little heavy on the left side for damage. Bro, I play Roblox Grow a Garden. Play Roblox. I've played Rain Escape on Roblox a couple times, like, last year. That's about my extent of playing Roblox. I also watched my younger brother play a Roblox version of Repo. And then immediately bought him the actual game so he wouldn't have to play the Roblox version of it. Oops, I was looking at chat. Fish for balloons now? Yeah, now would be a good time to fish for balloons. It's like during the Copper Short Sword only playthrough, when I just took a break during the Destroyer fight to fish for Wrath Potions to increase my damage to make the rest of it a bit more feasible. Alright. We dealt about 70k damage. Pretty respectable so far. Yeah, the lack of audio cue. I don't know why there's no audio cue on the Moon Lord's top death beam, but it's causing me to... It just sneaks up on me sometimes, because I'm just looking at chat or not thinking that closely about it, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, death ray, no sound. I think it's just a distance thing. Okay. I think at full speed with a medium food buff, I roughly keep pace with the Moon Lord's tongue. I think it was slightly faster than me, but we're talking like, you know, 1%. Yeah, I should be fine with just a pumpkin pie. I had gotten my younger brother Terraria for the Xbox, and he never really played it. I offered him 20 bucks if he could beat it, and then he just never really played it. The kid's like hyper fixated on Plants vs. Zombies stuff. And then when he has a laptop, which it's a whole story about the laptop. I'll get into that later. But I bought him Terraria on that. Oops. Pushing too far to the left. But he hasn't really had time to play it. He did, he desperately asked me about mods and immediately went to Tmod Loader and installed a Pokemon mod for Terraria. And that was about it. Any flags do they have in Endless? I think more of like the FPS Plants vs. Zombies games, like the Garden Warfare or Battle for Neighborville or whatever. I think those are the ones that he likes to play. Could have been worse, he could have installed Calamity. Can't imagine playing Calamity as your first time playing Terraria. But no, so he has this laptop that he found like in my mom's closet. I think it was like an old work laptop of hers or something. And so he pulled it out and like asked my mom, hey, can I have this laptop? And she was like, sure, as long as you get like parental controls installed on it. He's like a preteen. So he gives the laptop to my older sister to do that. Because she was going to like set it like administrative privileges and stuff on the laptop. I don't remember exactly what she wanted to do with it. That was like last October. And she just hasn't done anything with it. And basically every time he sees me, he asks about the progress on his laptop, because the only progress that was made on the laptop was the progress that I made on the laptop, because I was getting annoyed with my sister not doing anything. So I just like install the OS and go through all the setup and everything. Get his Steam account downloaded, get him logged in, get the games he wants downloaded, whatever. And I had talked with her about it, and also talked with him. For some reason, these people can't talk to each other, and I've just been serving as like an intermediary for them to communicate. Ooh, a traveling witch. Where is he? He's at spawn. My spawn's not at spawn, though. Yeah, he's gains a little bit of speed on me. But basically, she doesn't want him to have a laptop unless it's like incredibly locked down with parental controls or whatever. But she also doesn't want to set that up because she doesn't feel like it. But she also like didn't tell him this, so he's just constantly been thinking of getting a laptop for like a year, and then she just hasn't been doing that and doesn't feel like it anymore. He obviously wants his laptop and is fine with getting parental controls, and my mom is fine with him having a laptop, and like she wants parental controls, but it doesn't need to be like locked down to the extent that my sister wants to lock it down. My sister was planning to just never tell him and then just indefinitely keep the laptop in a state of limbo and use it as an incentive for him to come over to her house and do lawn work for her, because then he could play on the laptop. And I was like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. Which is why I went and like talked to them about it to try to resolve that. So it's probably going to end up with just me setting up parental controls on his laptop, and then just giving it to him. No offense, but your sister kind of sounds like an asshole. I don't think it is her decision to do that. I think it is the fact that she is very timid as a person and is very gullible to what other people want to tell her, and that her husband, who she had been dating before, is a jackass. And I think that is just his opinion being supplanted onto her. He's like a very strong personality, conservative, strong-willed, argumentative. He's a conspiracy theorist. He doesn't believe sunscreen works. I think sunscreen is what gives people cancer. Which I fucking... Like, he brought this up over, I think it was, like, Easter or something. Like, after my younger sister had been outside and got a sunburn. And we were chiding her for not putting on sunscreen. And then he's like, well, actually, it's the sunscreen that's bad. I'm sure it was the fucking... I hate people who present arguments like this, because it's just the most bullshit... It's presenting the argument. It's a very common thing with conservative circles of, well, obviously that thing is ridiculous because I'm talking about it in a way that makes it sound stupid. Oh yeah, I'm sure that the harsh chemicals that you're putting on your body to absorb are more dangerous than the thing that gives everything on Earth life. You fucking kidding me? The sun's dangerous? Get over yourself. Which is, obviously fucking ridiculous. The sun is incredibly dangerous, actively gives people skin cancer, and kills people. It was the sort of thing where, like, didn't want to make a scene about it, but just, like, took my sister to the side and was like, yeah, he's full of shit. That's not true. Literally the day after that, my grandmother, who's the house we were doing Easter at, like, my grandparents' house, was going to a, like, dermatologist to have a fucking, like, potential, malignant growth on her skin that could have been skin cancer biopsied. It wasn't skin cancer, thankfully. But, like... It's just such a tone-deaf, thing to say, and it's fucking patently ridiculous. Like, no, sunscreen is not the enemy. I don't get how you fucking reach that conclusion. But it's the sort of thing with people like that, like, they have a strong personality, they're strong-willed, they're not going to change their mind even if you, like, present them plenty of evidence. It'll just be like, those scientists were paid off. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, I think he has very strong opinions about parenting, and then that just rubs off on how she feels about things, because she's very, I guess gullible is the word, or very malleable with what she believes and thinks and whatnot. Which is, I think, like, I don't think she would have agreed to do it last October if that was how she felt about things. I think she felt one way about things, and then gradually had her opinions on it warped by the person she married, to the point that now she no longer wants to do it. Was your sister seeing him? Hell if I know. Oh. Yeah, I don't like him. He's also, like, a very conservative person, which I don't vibe with. But it's the sort of thing where, like, 90% of the time, he seems mostly fine. And then all of a sudden, he'll do something like, oh yeah, by the way, don't wear sunscreen. It's bad for you. Or like, just say something that subtly feels like weirdly homophobic. Or like, I don't know. It's the sort of person that, like, you're kind of forced to get along with, because, like, at this point, they're literally family. I mean, I live with the guy, because I live with my sister, at least for the next, like, month and a half I do. Where, like, it's not that much of a jackass that, like, every interaction with him is fucking miserable. But it's the sort of thing where, like, if you press issues, or, like, start an argument, or disagree, or just, like, a certain set of circumstances come up, then it gets awkward. You have any common ground with him? I mean, like, he plays video games. Like, we have common interests, and, like, if he wasn't a jackass, I'd probably like him. Hope you can't hear me right now. I'm home alone. He's in stream. Okay, well, we're almost in phase 2, which is where things are really gonna get started. We've used about 4,000 sand. I want to try to time my shots. I might switch to regular sand just to be able to time my attacks. You're old, he doesn't sound old. I'm pretty sure he's in his, like, mid-30s. He's a millennial. What a common opinion, if we were of similar political opinions, I would like him. That's not what I said. I said if he wasn't a jackass, I would like him. It has to do with being more of, like, the... He has the cop personality, okay? You guys know what I'm talking about? That, like, very strong-willed, like, alpha male personality. A racist? No. I don't think he's racist. I could be wrong, but, like, he's black. Which makes it feel less likely. You know the kind of person he is? Yeah, like, I don't know how to put it to words, but, like, there's a certain type of person. And, like... Does your family watch my channel? No. Okay. 300 on that one. 200. 626. I go for the kill? I go for the kill. Did I get that last one? Come on. Come on. Get him. There we go. Okay, I don't know what to do here. I didn't think this part through very much. Those death rays are concerning to me. I don't know what to do about those death rays. I can hope to outrange, but... Oh, I lost my swiftness. That's why I got caught. Oh, this is not good. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, this is awkward. Man, I can't shoot the core because I have to... It's underneath my asphalt. I guess I kind of just have to keep doing like a hybrid run as far away as I can and then jump. Ugh. Gonna heal again here. I guess maybe something like this. And then recall at the end and loop. Yeah, problem is I have to... His core sits below where I need to shoot. So I guess I just jump a little bit, outrun it, and then jump when it's not out. This should keep the True Eyes distant enough. When it teleports, it's momentarily above asphalt? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is going to be messy, but should be doable. Do that 100 times? No, less than 100. Maybe 30 times. I'm doing actually a solid amount of damage then I'm in the rhythm of it. We have 5 seconds where we can attack. I was too slow. Fuck. Messed up. Send it out. Come on. He healed 1,000, maybe 2,000. I think it was 2,000 he healed, but better than 6,000, which is the potential. I was too slow gaining speed on him. Damn it. Come on, send it back. I need to balance dodging the True Eyes with dodging the tongue. I didn't want to take another hit there, but I could. Come on. Okay, I have the speed for it. I think filling someone's chest cavity with obscene amounts of sand would kill someone faster, but apparently not. I'm not filling his cavity. I'm gradually wearing down his cavity until I can fill it. Once I kill him, that's it. Game over. He's dead. But that's what his health bar represents. It's destroying the wall to allow me to fill up the cavity. I should have tied the Moonlord up in Shibari. That would probably be effective. I could have put him at a higher elevation. Tied him up there, and then I could shoot him with my Sandgun. No! It's gonna hit me! Oh, did it double hit me? I couldn't tell. Okay, well, we've done about 10k damage. Roughly. Do that about 10 times. Want to get a defense build or a damage build? Neither. I'm using Shromite armor. I have warding reforges on my accessories, but, like, warding's just a good reforge. I have one emblem. Like, I just have a generic build. I don't have, I mean, I was gonna run a Magiluminescence, except I got a Philosopher's Stone to drop, so I put that on with it as a Charm of Myths instead. My build is not very thought out. Yeah, it works. Honestly, Sandgun... What? What? Did a True Eye of Cthulhu get past me on the left and shoot to the right? So that when I teleported back home, the projectile was still traveling and traveling to the right? Is that what happened? Why were there two lasers flying to the right? That must have been what happened. I must have... Maybe when I teleported here, one of them showed up on my left? Did I stream just like this with the Copper Short Sword? It depends what you mean by just like this. My setup was not like this. I was using a Shrimpy Truffle with Journey Mode set to Permanent Rain, I think. But I was just streaming like this, yeah. I did it all on stream. Post-moon launch solutions should be way earlier in progression. The terraformer ones? Well, I guess they're not specifically the terraformer, but like the biome ones. The Copper Short Sword challenge wasn't that bad. It's a hell of a lot better than the lawnmower. Hey. Hey, it's not a lawnmower. Last time I checked, if it's not a lawnmower, it's good. At least the Copper Short Sword did damage. Well, yeah, Copper Short Sword was a more interesting challenge than Lawnmower Only. Lawnmower Only was... okay. Just taking the low damage challenges to their extreme. But not in a way that was... Waff, 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 waff. I gotta pay more attention to my buffs. Waff, 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 waff. It'll waff. You know, I think I was right to have gotten extra Pearl Sand. I don't think the 8,000 I ended the Nebula Pillar would have been able to do this comfortably. And now that I'm looking at this, this would have been a very awkward situation to try to use regular sand in, because the heart is hovering right above my line of rope. And if I were to aim a little bit poorly, then it would start falling on top of the rope and just get placed there. Which would then block me from running on the asphalt, which would be very inconvenient. I've still got 7,000, because I have the extra 2,000. Maybe, but I think it would have been close, and I think it was the right call to do what I did. Okay, I'm out of Wrath Potions now. I think the Wrath Potions were doing a whole heck of a lot, but... They definitely helped. Yeah, this is probably the simplest way to set up a Phase 2 Moonlord kill with low damage, I think. All it takes is a food buff to have the speed to outrun him. You might even be able to, like, line sunflowers or use some other buffs to your speed to get enough to outrun him. The True Eyes of Cthulhu are effectively a non-issue. You could make this runway the entire length of the world, and you'd have to, you know, teleport back a quarter as often. And as long as you don't need to attack at close range, this is very effective. I think in other runs, I would just do something with, like, flying up and teleporting back, but this one allows you to more or less ignore the attacks coming your way, which means you don't really have to focus on defense at all. You'll get scratched every once in a while, but I think usually when I was doing just kind of the generic fly-up strategy, I probably had beetle armor, which allowed me to shrug off hits a bit more comfortably. Welcome back, Nos. Picked a great time to join us. And the main thing is not getting distracted, which I'm very bad at. I'm very easily distracted by chat. That was a whole thing in the Copper Short Sword only run. Near the end, where I just stopped looking at chat. I think I stopped talking. I think I might have, like, turned my microphone off just because the act of talking was distracting me too much and it caused the Moonlord to heal and I'd lose, like, 20 or 30 minutes of progress or something. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Danaton. But that's more of an issue with close range than long range. I have the advantage of being able to stay, you know, 50 blocks away from the Moonlord, which means I have more time to react. But when you're doing the Copper Short Sword and you have... You're literally on top of where the mouth spawn, or the tongue spawns. Wall of Flesh Mug is expensive. Did Relogic partner with somebody and release like a Wall of Flesh Mug? The Mimic Death of the last hardcore get fixed was so bad. Yeah, I get distracted really easily by chat. It's the reason why when I did hardcore get fixed boy in the first place, I didn't do it on stream because I know if I'm streaming, I'm going to be distracted by chat and it's going to get me killed. It's like Benjamin Franklin said, there are only 3 certainties in life. Death, taxes, Sorbet Cafe getting distracted by chat when, well, streaming anything, and people awkwardly trying to, like, slide into your DMs to, like, weirdly hit on you, but not hit on you, just kind of, like, friendly, like, send you, like, smiles and stuff, and then it's just, like, really awkward and weird. And, like, clearly they're hitting on you, but they don't want to, like, actively hit on you. They're just trying to, like, get to know you, but, like, they're clearly hitting on you. That was the secret 4th one. It was written on the back of the Constitution when Benjamin Franklin drafted it. He didn't put it in the official quote, but it was there. He said that. Gunpowder Gary the Pirate? What the hell of a time to move in, Pirate. I would know I was there. Yeah, this is actually... I don't tell that many people this because, you know, I don't volunteer the information. They actually wrote the Declaration of Independence on my back. Like, I was sitting there. They didn't have a table because... Well, they had lost all their money to taxes because Ben Franklin took all their money. And they didn't have the money to buy a table, so I just sat down and they wrote it on my back. I'm actually present in a lot of American history. You might recognize me from, in the Boston Tea Party, the box that was pushed off at the beginning, the very first box, wasn't actually full of tea. It was full of me, and we put myself in there to convince everyone else to, like, get up in an uproar to start throwing all the other tea overboard, because, well, you want somebody needs to do the first push, and it was actually kind of difficult without having the people already there inspired to start pushing the tea overboard. So I went up there first, me and Samuel Adams. Sam got me up on his back, picked up the box, threw me overboard, and then that started to inspire everyone else to get up there and throw out the rest of the boxes. Oh, buffs. I caught it that time. I caught it. Honestly, I've done the Moonlord enough times with low damage that it's really, like, the whole healing thing, it's really a non-issue. If you have any amount of range, it's not difficult to avoid his healing as long as you're slightly prepared for it. And, like, even if it hits me, you can just pop a magic conch, go to the side, despawn the things. Even if he didn't heal, I'd probably be doing this anyway, because this is, like, the effective way of dodging the True Eyes of Cthulhu. I don't think I'd be going as fast. I'd be taking it slower and just kind of kiting him across the world. But usually I end up doing this whole kiting across the world thing anyway. Okay, portmanteau. Why does he even heal? Do you mean in a game design sense of why did Relogic give him the ability to heal? Or in a mechanical sense of what set of circumstances leads him to heal? He heals when that tongue there hits you. Game design? I don't know. I don't like self-healing mechanics during boss fights. I would think the Moonlord would be a better designed boss if he didn't heal, but I'm guessing that it had something to do... I healed once. I could see a couple different ways that it went, the design process. I could see them going... We want the Moonlord to inflict a passive debuff to shut down self-healing. Because that is what Moonbite does, primarily. The main noticeable effect that it has is that it'll shut down the healing from Spectre Armor and Vampire Knives, which are very powerful items, and at the time, back in 1.3, were, like, very meta for people to be using. And then, they might have gone, well, he's shutting down this healing. What if we made it do something else, too? Well, he's like leeching healing off of you. What if we made him heal? Right? I could see that going through the developers' minds as they're developing the boss. And just being like, you know, he's leeching life off the player. He's stopping them from healing. What if... Okay, what house is doing that? Where was hold on. I didn't see where the zoologist is. I need to check where she is later, because there's some house that an NPC is dying in. Maybe he was underwater somewhere? That's the only thing I could think of. It was too slow to be lava. I could also see them being like, you know, we want the Moonlord to be a challenge, and we want to make sure that we want the Moonlord to be something of a DPS test, right? We want him to be hard, we want him to be very tanky, and we want players to have to use, like, strong things in order to beat him. So, let's give him a heal. Kind of turns it into a soft DPS test. And then, well, if we're healing him, what if he's leeching that life off the player, and we also turn it into disabling Healing mechanics. I'm guessing that disabling the healing mechanics was the idea, and then they tacked healing onto that, because the healing's pretty minor. It's tied to that mechanic anyway. And self-healing stuff was very, very powerful and cheesy. Duke Fishron was an April Fool's joke initially. Well, I'm pretty sure that that just means that they brought up Duke Fishron as an April Fool's joke. Like, here's a boss we're adding as this ridiculous thing. But I don't think 1.2.4 was an April Fool's update. It's not like they added him on April Fool's and then just waited for people to see. It was part of a major update. Okay, well, we're halfway done with this phase. A little over halfway. Wait a second. I may have just realized something, and I'm going to feel incredibly stupid if that's the case. Was the death ray silent for you guys? Were you guys able to hear the death ray when it was firing? Because I just remembered that my headset's broken, and I currently only have one headphone in. It's only my left one. And it might have just been directional audio. The Moonlord is on my right, and I don't have my right headset in. So I just physically couldn't hear him, because I don't get audio from that direction. And I acknowledge that, because I've been wiggling my head, and it's been causing the inbuilt microphone on my headset to stab me in the eye repeatedly. Because it's just kind of dangling, and it's been twisting to the side. Okay, I have 50 seconds till my speed buff wear off, so let me make sure I have those set. You were lurking like half an hour ago and he still isn't dead? Nah, this isn't pure dedication. I mean, from my perspective, honestly, this is a pretty quick Moonlord fight. No, my game stuttered. My game stuttered. And it caused me to eat my input when I was trying to pick up the magic conch. It wasn't me. The game lagged. It was the lag. It wasn't me. My headphones have a mic like an anglerfish? No. It's like one of the mics that you, like, pull down, right? It's sitting on the right of the earpiece. But the earpiece is, like, disconnected and dangling by a wire. And so that's kind of, like, shifting around, and it's causing that to just hit me in the head. How long till Moonlord dies? 10 minutes? Just made that number up. I have no idea. No, honestly, I would consider this to be a pretty quick Moonlord fight. This is probably a similar speed to when I did accessories only. It's just, your whole perception and frame of reference gets really warped when you fought the Moonlord with, like, flare gun, copper short sword, lawnmower, wooden bow. Fights that take dozens of hours. In one case, almost 100 hours to kill him. Although I usually do those on expert mode for time. This is on master. Does Moonlord disable falling stars? Nope, you can get falling stars. We actually had a falling star. It didn't hit him, but it fell near his core about 5 minutes ago. Only 30k to go. This would also be going a lot faster if I had access to... Hang on. Did I despawn the True Eyes of Cthulhu? I haven't seen the True Eyes of Cthulhu in a long... No, they're still there. They're still there. They're just very far behind. Okay. I've gradually been offsetting them. They're just very far behind. Oh, I mean, the Sandgun does actual damage. My Sandgun's damage right now is like 55 or something. No, they're not despawned. You could see a laser getting shot. It shouldn't really be possible to despawn them, which is why I was surprised. But it's just that they're lagging very far behind. At least in these circumstances, it shouldn't be possible to despawn them. There are some things that could lead to them despawning. But... yeah, but that needed them to be on screen, Reezy. This is causing them to constantly, like, regenerate that time every time the Moonlord teleports, I think. At least, I have never seen the True Eyes of Cthulhu despawn, and I could not tell you why, but I've never seen it happen. I don't know if it's something that was patched out. I don't know if it's because the strategies back in 1.3 when people reported that happening required using the nurse. You would just heal the debuff rather than avoid the tongue. And in healing the debuff, the True Eyes of Cthulhu would stay on screen, never moving the entire time. Well, never teleporting. And I don't know if teleporting resets the timer, or if it requires being on screen, or what. Moonlord's nearly dead? Yep. 20k to go. But yeah, Sandgun deals 53 base damage right now, 37% crit chance. That's solid damage. It gets past the Moonlord's defense. It deals more than 1 per hit. We're dealing, like, what, 40 damage a hit? 30, 40 on a crit. It's 40 on a crit. Which, you know, attacking 4 times a second, that's a solid amount of damage. Challenge would be so much more different if you didn't allow yourself to use torches / ropes to prevent sand. Yeah, if I was doing that, I don't... The thing is, at that point, I am forced to do what I have to do in a lot of challenge runs. Which is just build a really tanky build. Right? Like, I could sit here with fucking Valhalla Knight armor and Flesh Knuckles and... or, like, Beetle armor... and just have a very tanky build. And just very slowly whittle him down. But that wouldn't be fun. And it would get old very quickly. It would be annoying. You think a no accessories run is possible? Yeah. Don't think it'd be particularly difficult. Assuming you don't have other restrictions, it's certainly a challenge. And it wouldn't be the easiest, but you have access to mounts. You have access to potions, like gravitation potions. Both of those are very strong mobility. Even just featherfall potions, very, very strong. You have grappling hooks. And then, even discounting those, you still have cheese strategies. You've got teleporters, you've got hoiks. There are plenty of ways to reasonably avoid attacks with no accessories. Yeah, I said gravitation potions. The Knight's Edge will defeat Deerclops easily? Yeah. Knight's Edge is very strong, and Deerclops is a pre-Skeletron boss. After Moonlord, please look at Wall of Flesh mug. No, I don't think I will. I'm gonna go eat lunch, because I've been streaming for the past, by the time the Moonlord's dead, 5.5 hours. And I am hungry. So, way to beat Terraria that's technically possible, but practically almost impossible to pull off. Sure, I mean, you could just keep adding on more and more modifiers until something is effectively impossible. Fucking 1 HP hardcore, get fixed boy lawnmower only. Which, like, is technically possible. But I don't think there's any human alive that would be capable of doing 1 HP hardcore legendary get fixed boy lawnmower only. Knight's Edge is able to kill Destroyer, but it's not great at it. I don't think it'd be doing well against Skeletron Prime or the Twins. But it's a pre-hard mode weapon, so I wouldn't say expectations that high. Like one higher robot. Yeah, you'd be looking at task territory, but then it would be an incredibly slow task that nobody would want to actually do, because, I mean, it takes 100 hours to kill the Moonlord alone, and then you have to set that up with a task? Yeah, before it was nerfed, it was really good on the Destroyer. Well, for a pre-hard mode weapon. Beat Terraria while casually enjoying the game and having an overall enjoyable time? I did that, like, last week. When I did a just casual, Master Mode playthrough. Took, like, 10 hours. I got a Terragrim. Terragrim's really cool. Got to use the Terragrim in the Eater of Worlds. Alright, Moonlord is just about dead. Honestly, the 10-minute estimate, I think, was kind of close. They should buff Knight's Edge? No, Knight's Edge is already super, super strong. It's already, like, one of the best options for the Wall of Flesh and really, really powerful. They nerfed it after 1.4.4. I don't think it needs another buff. Remember, it's a pre-hard mode weapon. I mean, not being able to hold your own in hard mode is fine. A lot of pre-hard mode weapons can't. Sure, the Sandgun and Phoenix Blaster can, and Star Cannon, but they're ranged weapons. Ranged weapons get to ignore the normal conceptions of balance. Knight's Edge or Abigail's Flower on the Destroyer? I've never used Abigail on the Destroyer, I couldn't tell you. I don't know how effective she is. Yeah, using anything that isn't the Knight's Edge on the Wall of Flesh's melee is pretty abysmal. It's clips this boy cooked 07 Moonlord. Man, that reminds me of back when I was in high school. Somebody that I wouldn't even say was really a friend, more just like a tangential association friend of a friend, started this Xbox Live clan where we'd append our name with, or start it with 07 and end it with 70. And the idea was, like, you know, you get your boys together, go into, like, a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. Oh, sorry, this was middle school. And you'd all have your matching clan tags, and it all looked really cool on the Xbox Live, like, lobby list. And then, like, none of them ever showed up to play games, so I was just stuck there with, like, the weird, like, not even like leet speak, just like the tag on either end of my gamer tag for ages. And I never, like, played with anybody. Yeah, he's dead now. We can kill him. I wanted to tell my story first. Your homies did that, and they were low-key cooked because they were never consistent. It's just, like, it's annoying. If we're gonna set all this up, you know, show up. That's the nice thing about Steam, is you don't have to, like... Don't you have to, like, pay to change your gamertag too on Xbox? Or is it, like, a time-based thing? Celebration Mark 2 and a Rainbow Crystal Staff. Okay, yeah, Sandgun OP. Like, $10 a name. Yeah, like, I paid money to try to do this, guys. Show up. You know? Let's see. Do we have a bunch of wyverns back there? I don't see any. Oh, there's a bunch of balloons. A bunch of balloons with no slimes on them. Let's see what the traveling merchant has. Subject United Shield, Orange Zappinator, Stopwatch, Stopwatch, Stopwatch. Profile name, no. Gamer tag, yeah. I don't remember the two being different. Zap that guy! Zap him! Oh, I don't have enough mana. I can shoot my Zappinator once. Alright, who'll be zapping? I need somebody to zap. Zap that guy! Hold on, I missed. I'll zap him again. Come on. Come on. Get zapped! 80 damage. That's like twice the damage of a Sandgun. Okay, well, yep. Sandgun, very, very good. It took about 16 hours to beat the game on Master Mode. Very, very reasonable time frame. Obviously, the sand part's annoying, but, you know, got the job done. For a pre-boss weapon, it's incredibly powerful. Relative to when you can obtain it, potentially the strongest weapon in the game. A pre-boss weapon punching that high above its weight class, I mean, that's like, you know, the Star Cannon does that, which is technically pre-boss, but the Star Cannon is also a lot more awkward to use because it's hard to get ammo for. The Sandgun is not hard to get ammo for. Which really lets it perform well. Any pre-boss weapon that can take out the mechs that comfortably and Plantera is a very powerful weapon. I keep hitting myself in the eye because, like, I move my head when I talk and it's causing it to wiggle. All you need is torches or ropes or coins or something to block the shots. Terragrim doesn't punch that high above its weight class, Rizu. Like, it's a very good weapon, don't get me wrong, but honestly, Terragrim is not even that as good against the Eater of Worlds, which was the one boss that it's really good on. And yes, Star Cannon is technically pre-boss because gold chests that generate near the underworld can have meteorite bars as their secondary loot, which can allow you to make a Star Cannon. However, it's not the most consistent to obtain them, and then you have to deal with getting stars, which is not easy. Isn't Terragram amazing against Brain? Oh yeah, it's good for the Brain's second phase. Not as great for the first phase. But like everything's good against the Brain's second phase. Brain's second phase isn't hard. How often do you stream? Either it's sporadic. Are they patched meteorite bars in chesting underworld? No. I don't think they've ever changed it. Stream win vibe, yeah. I usually start streaming around noon EST, about 5 hours ago. When I do stream. But yeah. Sandgun is the worst weapon against Torch God. Torches do beat sand, so that checks out. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go make lunch. Bye, everyone.